How's the weather up there on the high horse that you fed with your daddy's money? How's it feel to be fake as a motherfucker? Hey, let me tell you something. They don't give a damn when the money's gone, when the people in the stands don't sing along. Cause you know you ain't the man that's behind the song, thinking it'll work, but it won't. Ain't no truth on the radio station. Somebody owes me an explanation. Well, I get knocked down, I get back up. Anything they ask you, do it. Well, I know the ringer, I've been drugged to hell and back, been through it. Your time's tick-tock and I said it. And I'm unapologetic. Cancel, yeah, you can try. You can't cancel what's been tonight. I ain't been handed shit, no silver spoon inheritance. Tired of trying to be what other people want me to be. And now you get what you see. Now you get what you say. I get knocked down, I get back up.
What up? I'm back in a studio that I am familiar with all of my buttons and all of my toys. And I'm back home. Got to sleep in my own bed last night, which was the shit. You spend enough time in hotel beds and Airbnb beds, you just hate everything. I even had a comfortable in Indianapolis, and I was still pissed off by the end of it. I just want my bed. I want my big-ass flat-screen television. I want to be able to watch Home Improvement while I go to sleep. I'm Jeremy Green of NFLDraft.net and ESPN Radio Asheville, and we've got a new friend. I'm going to tie all these things together to start. So one of the things that we like to do during the Draftmas season is have listener mocks. Well, I talked to the guys from Walk the Mock because I think Walk the Mock is the best fantasy, the draft site, and all of those things. So in the link here, the pinned message, you can see a link to Walk the Mock with a promo code that is our promo code. It's NFL Draft Net, all caps. That takes 50% off either your first month or your first year. I did it earlier today. I'm good for the year. I'll have to do it again in a year. But those guys are so awesome. I came back from the combine. I had like 4 sponsors that I was deadlocked into that, damn it, I want these 3 things. And Walk the Mock was one. They were super. We did that in an hour. And it does help the show. Basically, he and I split the profits of anybody we bring in. So just know that if you're supporting us through Walk the Mock, you are supporting us as well. And you're supporting them because he's one guy that does all of that. And I did not know that until last night. Alex S. asked, what's the price? So it's $24 if you do the annual. It is $250 for the first month or $5, and then $5 a month after that. So you either get 50% off the first month, or you get 20. Or no, I got I did this wrong somewhere. I did something completely fucked up. Anyway, it's $24 for the year. It's $250 for your first month, and then $5 after that if you do the monthly. David L. said, "Sir, just watched you for 6 hours, and it was amazing. If I'm ever in North Carolina, I owe you beer and tacos." Hey, there's a better chance I will be where you are, and I'm totally down. I love meeting people that like the show. We had a few of those in Indianapolis. Chris Oder came up and hung out for 2 days. And David, we really appreciate what you said there. This is a labor of love. I also didn't realize how, I guess I'll say I go over the top with the draft. When the Washington Commanders official radio team looked at me and said, "We're really trying to push this year to get to 250 prospects." And I went, "Oh, I did 700. Oh, shit. I need a hobby." I texted Logan Paulson this morning. I said, I have in my stone cold locked in, not going to change rankings on my big board. I already have more prospects than there are draft picks. Then I'm just completely done. Like, all I had to do is put it on a visual, put it on the website. Done. I am at 289 as of right before this show. My wife came in here, was talking to me. I was trying to get to 300 before the show. She was in here, and I missed her badly. So anytime she wants to talk, I will happily listen to her talk. Very patient woman, that one. And she just wishes me the best of luck and goes, "Bye." And it's, she's a saint, that one. She's a saint. Our first super chat of the day, we miss Tank, but he is doing good things in the land of the heartless. We need a baby Tank, though. Miss you too, David. Love for Jeremy, also LOL. Speaking of Tank is on Capitol Hill today. Tank and Mark got a standing ovation from the National Association of Broadcasters, which I'm efforting trying to find a video of. I know there are cameras in that room, so I'm hoping I can find that. But very, 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 very cool. Very well-deserved for Tank. Tank's doing big things. You know, look, it feels like it's been a month since Tank and I have been on a show together. I started the ESPN radio show yesterday, which was the recorded mock that you guys saw here on the channel. I started it with, look, I know this sucks. It is unintended. We would love to just be talking sports and bullshitting around and not doing crimes and things like that. The reason that we get to do all of these things is you guys. So and big shit is happening for Tank and myself, and we couldn't have done it without you and without the sponsors. Ingles Markets, low prices, love the savings, who believed in us when nobody had a reason to, and has stayed with us ever since, and we will love them forever for it. Parks Ford of Hendersonville, that gave us a gigantic, awesome truck and said, "There you go." And it allows us to do everything. And then Clarissa sells WNC.com, who has been with us like Ingles since the beginning. And we're adding new ones for this upcoming year. Basically, our fiscal year starts and ends at the draft. So the draft is like our league year starts the next day. So you will be hearing from new friends and new people, and we love it. So glad to have all of you here. Today we are going to do losers. You are one pathetic loser from the NFL Combine. We're also going to talk about winners. Winners are probably a little bit more obvious. I'll just go ahead and get these two out of the way. Shamar Stewart, yeah, he's a winner, because I don't want to call him a loser to his face because I'm afraid he'll whip my ass. And Nick Emmanwori, also a winner. I do want to talk about those two guys very much more in depth. Bill Workman said that Mullet King isn't mathing currently. Yeah, I know. I went from 4 to 3 back to 5. And you sleep 12 hours in a week. It doesn't matter if you sleep 10 hours in a day. You're still not clicking on all cylinders. And again, much love to David Smith for last week. It was fantastic. He was the ultimate partner in crime at the Combine because he is so content driven. He is so good at what he does. He is so okay to eat shitty fast food and only sleep 2 hours a night. He was the ultimate. That will be the first of many of those. And we will be efforting to get David on content more often than we have in the past. He has a hell of a life. He's got a hell of a big boy job and a very sweet family. And he put all of those on pause for a week to help us and to go to the combine, and we can't thank him enough. So I have a qualm with Shamar Stewart and a much bigger one with Nick Emmanwori. I understand they worked out really, really well. And they did. I mean, things that we've never seen before. Perfect RAS numbers. I get all of that. I have a big problem that Shamar Stewart just doesn't finish. I think he still belongs in the, I'll say he belongs in the 10 to 15 range. I watched some Shamar Stewart tape in between my very long naps yesterday because I was trying to figure out what is it I'm missing here? What is he missing? There are some analytical numbers that will tell you that his inability to finish is not really an inability to finish. It's more a happenstance. It's more the pass rush win rate's still high. He's still getting home. He's just not getting quarterbacks down. And that could be because they moved him up and down the line. I'm not sure. I think, and I heard, I believe it was Todd McShay that said Shamar Stewart came to the combine at 267 solely to run fast. I don't agree with that in any way. I think he showed up at 267 because now this is on him and he's making the decisions and he thinks he's a full-time edge rusher. And I'm not going to lie to you, I agree with him. I think he has the ability at even 267, 270, 275, wherever he nests. I think he can still shift inside in an even front, but I think his future is predominantly on the outside. And knowing that, if you tell me he's a full-time edge rusher, specifically in a 4-3, I'm not saying he can't stand up. I don't think there's anything he can't do. I just greatly prefer it if he's hand in the dirt as an edge. That's a top 15 pick. Now, Nick Emmanwori for me is a completely different ballgame. For me, yes, he did pass Malachi Starks, but just barely, and I can't tell you it's going to stay that way. I like Malachi Starks more than probably everybody in the industry does. Because, yes, he didn't finish plays. He wasn't necessarily the interception guy. But there's a lot to really like on tape with him. I watch him, and he's a very similar prospect to me to a Javon Holland or a Minkah Fitzpatrick, of he can just do everything. And I don't think he's testing fast. I don't necessarily think he would run a super fast 40. He plays fast. He makes decisions quickly, and his play speed is markedly faster. Malachi Starks is way safer. Nick Emmanwori has a really high side. But can I please, for the love of God, beg all of you, for all that's good and holy, I don't ever want to hear anybody compare him to Cam Chancellor ever again. I get it. He's big, and he's fast, and that's all well and good. He's not a good tackler, and Cam Chancellor might be the best one we've ever had in NFL history. That's a stupid, lazy-ass comp. Stop doing that. If you want a comp to Nick Emmanwori that makes more sense, you're going to have to find a guy that is hyper athletic, but kind of plays out of control, not necessarily great against the run. So you're going to have to find the physical freak and see if there is a comp there. A feature that we're going to have, or at least I'm going to have with draft content. I've been listening to a lot of the Todd McShay show. First of all, good for you, Todd McShay. The way things went at ESPN never really sat well with me. I like that you have decided to go it your own way. You're having some of the same issues that we have with banging the table and things not rendering out, and God bless you, and I'm so glad you landed on your feet and you're going to do great things. I listened to a lot of his content, and he has this line that I've never heard him say. I don't know if ESPN would let him use it. I really don't know. It was, I talked to NFL GMs, and they asked me the same question over and over and over and over and over again. If this guy's going to succeed, how is he going to succeed? And if he's going to fail, how is he going to fail? And I want to take that an extra step. If he's going to succeed, give me somebody that's been like him in the past that has succeeded. The problem I have with Emmanwori, it's a lot easier to find guys that have failed that were like this than guys that have succeeded. That's bothersome to me. Now, I do think there is a possibility that over the course of, I'll say the next 2 years, that Emmanwori becomes a really just athletic, physical freak, and you're able to maybe get the eye discipline right. You're able to get him away from some of the bad habits that he has, and you'll be able to really hone in, sharpen the sword, and hone in the skill. I went to RAS. So RAS is the website that you see with the little bomb on it that tells you the 40 time and the broad jump and all those things. And it puts guys into a box. Gives them an RAS score. All time, we have had 6 strong safeties that ever had a perfect 10 RAS score. Those names are Bruce Plummer. That was in 1987. The first 3 of these are the 3 years after I was born. Anthony Newman, Lewis Oliver, Scott Shields, Gerard Cooper. Not exactly a who's who of fantastic players. But all right, let's expand the RAS and let's see where we find a guy that was really deserving of, by the time the career was said and done, he would have been deserving of going in the top 15 or 20, which is what we're talking about with Nick Emmanwori now. Tanner Muse, nope. Wesley Mallard, nope. Antoine Edwards, Tabucky Jones, O'Bannon Condren, Obi Melifonwu. That's a really interesting comp, by the way, to Nick Emmanwori. Terrell Edmonds, Marquise Smith, John McGraw, Desmond Southward, Adrian Wilson, and there it is. Adrian Wilson was an athletic freak, but he could tackle. This is what's bothering me about Emmanwori, is that we're so locked in on how damn athletic he is that we're not talking about the absolute deficiencies that he has, which is he's not a great tackler and his eyes are super lazy. I'm comfortable with Emmanwori at the back end of the first round. I am not comfortable with Emmanwori if we start getting into that 15 range, and I think that's ultimately where we're going to land. Those were 2 of the biggest winners of the combine process. No doubt, workouts were phenomenal, but just maybe pump the brakes on going crazy. Let's see. Austin Groves, Great North Sports should have like a weekly spot. We agree wholeheartedly. Let's see. Rob Johnson got influenza A. T's and P's, bro. We just went through that shit, and it was terrible. Alex said he wants Tank to zoom in as Cartman's hand as Jennifer Lopez from the hospital at Capitol Hill. That's, hey, you know. Tank may be able to join us at some point over the week, but it would probably be on a cell phone connection. He has got a busy-ass week. Alex S., can we get a week of crazy drunk Giants fans to join you? We can, how soon till we get more uniform or realistic mocks and not the ketamine daydream that Daniel Jeremiah put out recently? That's an interesting question. So I think you're starting to get some kind of uniformity coming out of the combine. The thing I don't understand is there are some analysts, and some of them are guys that I like, that were we not just in the same room? Like I saw you and you were watching something that I was not seeing. If you still have Teteroa McMillan in the top 10, you're doing it wrong. Just straight up, I didn't talk to a person with a team that told me he was going to go that high because they think that he avoided the 40 because he was slow. There are teams that think he would have run a 4.7 40 at the combine, and I'm going to be honest with you, I stood directly in front of the kid. He's not big enough for that. Yes, he's a bigger bodied receiver. He's not as thick as you would think. And so I think Tet's going to fall somewhere into the teens. I'm not sure exactly where. He gets hard in the teens to figure out, yeah, there are a lot of teams that could use a receiver. I'm also looking at let me pull up my big board here. I'm looking at a position in wide receiver that is so damn deep that it's kind of hard for me to go, oh, I'm going to take that big-bodied guy that has questions about how fast he is. I have 3 first-round grades on receivers. I have 3 in the second round. I have 5 in the third round. another 3 in the 4th, about 47 of them in the 5th round. There are a lot of draftable receivers in this class. There are also a lot of draftable tight ends in this class. So it's hard for me to believe that Tet with question marks is going to go as high as we thought he was. That's one of the things that's throwing this off, is that I think guys have gotten locked into things. This is one of the reasons that I don't release a ton of stuff before the combine, because we all get together and I am pressing people for information. And there are guys that I know definitively I am higher on than the industry. I'm going to push those down in mocks. We will also do a set of mocks of Jeremy takes over your team and goes, this is what I would do. Those will be coming out this week. And somebody needs to give me a really good name on those. What the draft nerd would do for your team mock draft. Also, we will be coming out with free agency previews. Those will be the ESPN shows Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and Monday. We do the AFC East, NFC East one day, the AFC North, NFC North one day, and so on and so forth. Andres Pinckney, all hail the Mullet King. Hail. We appreciate you. Rob Johnson, rumors are Shadur Sanders is going to go lower than people think. I've heard this today. This Shadur Sanders thing has been really interesting today. Josina Anderson just lost her mind because a NFL quarterbacks coach of a team that picks in the top 7 told her that Shadur Sanders came off as brash and arrogant. And she was just appalled that the media members did not think that. Okay. Josina, let me be really honest with you about how this goes. And I love Josina Anderson. I think she's really, really good at what she does. I also never saw her in the press pool one time. I lived in it. And I would say 75 to 85% of the media that was there, not national, that gets whisked away through a back door, and then you never have to see us. Not you guys. Us that are boots on the ground, I would say 75 to 85% of us thought he was really arrogant. Now, I thought he was likable. He just put on a spectacle that I've never seen at the combine. I've been covering this thing for years. This is my second year in a row going. I've never seen anything like that. And it did rub some teams the wrong way. Now, as for where he's going to go, I don't see any way he doesn't go 3. Because one of two things is going to happen. Either the Giants are going to trade up to 1 to get Cam Ward. The Titans fall down to 3, still get Abdul Carter. Or the Browns are going to take Cam Ward at 2 and Shadur's going to take him at 3. In the first scenario, I think Shadur goes at 2 to Cleveland. I'm also not sure that the Giants wouldn't trade up to 1 and still take Shadur. That's the team that I'm locked in on that I think really likes him. I can tell you there is a team in the top 10 that really doesn't, and they could use a quarterback. I also feel really sure I know which quarterback's coach said that about Shadur. I'm not going to throw his name out there, but I feel pretty sure I know where that report came from. That's one of the funny things about coming back from the combines. You read that and go, that was said to me in confidence. I wonder if it was said to you in confidence. Let's see. Alex S. said, don't know how different Shamar Stewart and Mykel Williams are, especially if Shamar drops weight. I have Shamar ahead of Mykel. I'm dropping Mykel like a rock. The more he does things through this process, the further I'm going to drop him. I have him all the way to I believe I have him in the 2nd round. I could be wrong, and I'm checking it right now. I have Mykel Williams. Where the hell is? Oh, there he is. I have Mykel Williams in the 2nd round. That's where I think he belongs. You're a run-stopping defensive end. So is JT Tuimalo. He was more productive than you. Oh, but the physical tools. You're telling me Kirby Smart couldn't get it out of you, but I think some random-ass defense coordinator in the NFL is going to do it? Okay. David L. asked, would Stewart's value drop if a team strictly views him as an under tackle who's a pass rush specialist? Can he safely put on some weight to hold up better against the run? I don't think his eval would change tremendously. It would change for me. I like him better on the edge because I think you're steering into the physical freak talent. I won't be shocked if a team wants him to gain slightly more than what he had here. It's a balance. I don't think he can play out on the edge at 285, 290, which is what I think largely he was playing at Texas A&M. He also probably can't play on the inside consistently at 265. I think he came in at 267. So you may have to find a balance in between those where he can do both. But the physical freak that I saw is an edge rusher 100 times out of 100. I believe he can play on the inside. I just wouldn't necessarily – I can't get away from how athletically freaky he is, and I kind of mitigate your advantage playing you in the middle. Oh, let's see. Joshua Penix asks, so since the Jets just released Devontae Adams, where do you think he goes? Wherever Aaron Rodgers goes. Those two are locked at the hip. I will also say this. I just learned that once the Jets are all said and done with Devontae and Allen Lazard and Aaron Rodgers, they're going to have about $80 million in cap space, and it made me feel way better. Randy Lutz, can someone talk about the difference between Matthew Golden's play speed and his track speed? He got caught by everyone literally in that ASU game. All right. This is an interesting question. I have watched a ton of tape on Matthew Golden, and I saw a player that I actually had a little bit of a fear that he was going to run slow. I had him penciled in at a 4.42. I was afraid he could come in and do the same thing Stephon Diggs did, which is he's really crafty, and he's quicker than he is fast, and then he runs a really poor long speed, and the combine just gets away from him. Stephon Diggs had one of the worst combine workouts you'll ever see. And I did fear that. Didn't happen. He wound up running a track speed. I think him and Isaiah Bond got too close to each other, and they swapped bodies. Now, in terms of why do you not see that in the play speed, the biggest reason that I see with Golden is that he's not used as just an over-the-top bomb threat. I'm going to pull up his profile here. He is a better route runner than people make him out to be. I think he's a better prospect than people make him out to be. So a lot of times when you see, and I'll use an example from the combine, Deontay Thornton, played at Tennessee, really big kid, ran a 4.3, I think. That kid's just a deep threat. He can't do anything else. Can he learn to do it in time? Maybe. But at Tennessee, he was be big and go real, real fast over the top. That's not really what they asked Golden to do. So average depth of target for Matthew Golden last year was only 13.5 yards. That's one of the reasons that you didn't see it. Now, let me compare that at 13.5 to, oh, and of course I closed it because I'm a big dumb asshole. Let me compare that to a guy that I think is more of a deep, that was used as more of a deep threat. Oh, we'll go all receivers here, and we will go Jaden Higgins. Jaden Higgins was 12.1. Maybe that's why he ran faster than you thought he would too. Now let's go another one. Jalen Noel. He was 12.2. Hey, maybe that's why he ran faster and it surprised you. Jalen Royals, his is going to be way shorter, 9.4. Now, Tez Johnson's is 5.9, that is nanners. Then you get to Isaiah Bond. He was 14.6. Isaiah Bond was used as the deep threat. Matthew Golden had to do everything, which is why I liked him better as a prospect long before he ever ran. I think a lot of people did. It was just Bond was a bigger name. He didn't get the opportunity to be that deep threat. That's why I think you don't see it on tape, the long speed, because so often he was asked to actually do what a receiver does. This is why I don't like Isaiah Bond as a prospect. He was asked to do virtually nothing, and he still couldn't do it. And if you're curious, my grade on Isaiah Bond, I have Golden in the first round. He has officially crossed Tet McMillan. He is my number one receiver. Tet is one spot behind him Emeka Egbuka is a handful of spots behind the two of them. My grade on Isaiah Bond, he is my second highest rated receiver in the 5th round. It's just where I fall on him. I don't think you do much. I think you live off being fast and you live off your name. That's it. Oh, let's see. Praise YJ. Shadur seems to be falling. Is he an option for the Saints at 9? I don't think so, because I don't think he'll get that far. If the Jets at 7 had Shadur and he was on the board, I think they would auction that pick off to the highest bidder. Because I know for a fact they like a lot of guys in this first round, and they know they're not just a quarterback away. So I don't think he will get to 9. I can't tell you the team that drafts him is currently picking in the top 8, though. Carolina would also probably be interested in trading down in that scenario too. Rob Johnson said he also said Jackson Dart was going to go in the first round. Jackson Dart is going to go in the first round. The question is, how high does he go? I know for a damn fact he's going in the top 32, unless something drastically changes the next 2 months. The question is, does he go in the top 10? And I think that is very possible. Sir Jimothy said, curious about your thoughts on Shamar James and Cam Jackson, 2 Florida guys. No rush, but wanted to get it out in the chat as I'm working on wheelchair orders. Shamar James, I like better than the average draft nerd. I think there's a raw to him that could be housed, and he could turn into a good linebacker in this league. I think he's a 5th round, late 4, early 5 in terms of linebacker. And I think this is a weird class where the linebackers get pushed down if you're not elite. The elite guys get pushed up, which is why I have Demetrius Knight and Jahad Campbell in the first round, and Jalen Walker if you consider him an off-ball linebacker. But then we get to like right around Chris Paul, and all of those guys are kind of similar. They all have a huge deficiency, and I think it pushes them all down. Now, once somebody opens Pandora's box, I think you could have a lot of them. Now, Cameron Jackson's a little different scenario. That is a big damn dude. And he moves in a way that you don't usually see guys that are that big move. I've now seen him at the Senior Bowl. I saw him at the Combine. And I didn't really like the tape on him at all at Florida. He was fine. He didn't play a ton of snaps. He was really good against the run, just kind of mediocre against the pass. And then I really dug into the tape and I realized, oh shit, they were asking him to play A and B gap. They were asking him to play over the tackle. He was just asked to do a lot of shit. And so now I look at Cam Jackson and go, at that size, if you had a team that really narrowed down on he's going to be a 0 tech or he's going to be a 3 tech or whatever it is, I think he's 0 tech personally, but that's just me. I think you could develop him. I have a 5th round grade on him too, and he's one of the players that – so my whole draft board's color-coded. And he is I think that's a lime green, which is basically – this kid is a good developmental piece. I would not have said that a month ago, but now we're here, and I very much think that he is. Putting in work with Bill Workman. I don't know why I always want to call you Randall. Every time I see putting in work, I want to call you Randall. Emmanwori will disappear for drives in South Carolina. He did a lot. And it's the tape on him is just really kind of hard to watch at times. Putting in work with Bill Workman also said he has 40 draftable receivers in this draft. Ooh, how many do I have? 3, 6, 11, 14, 17, 20, 23, 26, 29. I have 35. So I have 35 draftable grades on wide receivers in this class. Randy Lutz asked, how slow is Ted? Not running at all. Looking at his production, 506 of his 1,300 yards came in 2 games against West Virginia and New Mexico, as well as 5 of his 8 touchdowns. The rest of the season, he played 10 games, 813 yards, 3 touchdowns, 12.7 yards per catch. Not exactly dominant in a league that isn't exactly the SEC, let alone the NFL. That is a consistent that has been brought up with him, that his big games were gigantic, The rest of the time he was fine. I think some of that goes back to quarterback play. They also had a new coach at Arizona this past year that did not go particularly well. I don't necessarily hold those things against him. I am really curious why he didn't run. And that's a bigger conversation of, I feel like some of these guys don't run, and then I look at them and go, what are you hiding? Jalen Milroe, why the hell would you not run? It's really the only draftable thing about you. Oh, because you're afraid you're going to run slow, and then all of a sudden you're going to be an undraftable prospect. I kind of feel the same way about Tet. I believe he's going to run at his pro day. You get some really, really good hand times there. Can be a little beneficial. It's those can be dangerous. Andrew Adams said we should call those draft rescue. That's phenomenal. I also saw Mullet Mayhem and Mullet King runs your team mock drafts. All very, very solid. No Smile said, I think the Titans want Hunter. I can tell you definitively they don't. I saw Mike Borgonzi so many damn times that it was shocking. The Titans really want to trade down. Unequivocally, they really want to trade down. Now, that could all, what was said to me could all be a smokescreen of they're trying to get down to 3 because they don't care. They don't care if Cleveland has been screwing with everybody. You have a quarterback go at 1 to the Giants. Then the Browns take Abdul Carter. Okay, we're sitting here at 3. Awesome. We'll take Travis Hunter. I do not believe that's who they want, though. I think they want Abdul Carter because they know they're more than a quarterback away. I also think they're going to invest free agency dollars into Sam Darnold. And now I'm going to say this, and I just want it remembered that I said this. Don't be shocked if we have a trade for the number 1 overall pick in the next week. If it's going to happen, I like the chances of us knowing about it before the start of the league year, or at least within a day or two of that. Because if Tennessee goes hard after a quarterback, then why would I trade up with you? If Tennessee goes and signs Sam Darnold and I'm the Giants, why the fuck would I trade up? I don't have to. I just sit right here. I'm going to get one of the two. You're not going to sign a guy for $40 million and then draft one. That doesn't make any sense. So just don't be shocked if you start hearing more and more and more about that. Dana R. asked me about Shamari Simmons and where I have him ranked. We'll have to do find on that one. I'm not going to lie to you. Let's see. You're talking about the kid out of Arizona State. Where do I have him ranked? Shamari Simmons. I'll have to go back to, so he is not in my corners. I've only gotten through the 4th round of corners. So I'll have to go back to my positional big board. I am sorry, Dana, for the delay. You caught me a little off guard with that one. Shamari Simmons. And as I said, I have not finished corner. So Shamari Simmons is my Shamari Simmons I have listed as a safety, and Shamari Simmons is right on the line of draftable safety. I would say that makes him about my safety 20 without sitting here and counting them all out individually. Surprised at no combine invite. I'm not going to say I was super shocked. Basically, he projects as a guy that you're going to have to convert from corner to safety. I don't think the athletic numbers were going to be great, and nobody has ever specifically told me this, but I think some guys that would run either really well or really poorly kind of get culled off the top just so they can control their own pro day. But I wasn't stunned. He would have been one of the bigger snubs, though. David L., where do you have Deontay Thornton? Dude, 6'5", ran a 4.3, but it's been a system that he's been asked to run 3 routes. Well, that's the fun of Tennessee receivers. I'm not going to lie to you. I have looked at Tennessee this week and gone, damn, Josh Heupel, you're going to have to change something that you do or you're going to start losing players. Because your defensive linemen have got to be looking at this going, every one of us is getting dinged for not playing enough snaps. Every one of us is getting dinged for being one-dimensional. Every one of us is getting dinged for all this shit. Then you get to the receivers. All the receivers are getting dinged because they can only play one position. So, I mean, in terms of where do I have him? Let's see. Go back to the big board because I am done with wide receivers. Deontay Thornton is, I believe I have him in the 5th round. And just in the total transparency, I like Deontay Thornton coming into this week. So Deontay Thornton is 1 spot behind Isaiah Bond in round 5. I think he's just a lottery ticket. If you hit on it, it's going to go tremendously well. If you don't, meh. Let's see. I saw a follow-up from Randy on Matthew Golden. When you'd see him trying to outrun guys, they would almost always catch him. I thought maybe it's a stamina issue. Someone else I talked to thought the pads are heavy. Possible. I don't think it's a stamina issue. I think it's more of a my deal with Golden is that I think Golden has real long speed. I think it takes him a minute to get there. I was dumbfounded that he ran a 4.3. I really need to break down the actual run because and this is how I look at 40 times. So let me pull up my prospect profile on Matthew Golden. All right, so Golden runs a 4.29. His 10-yard split was 1.49. All right, so let's go to the combine tracker here and look at 10-yard splits for wide receivers. 10-yard split. Wide receiver. So Golden had the fastest split. That's where I thought his biggest problem was in the jump off. It didn't really show. So I think that's where a lot of us got snowed on him, that you didn't expect him. I thought he had some wiggle. I didn't necessarily think he was incredibly shifty, but it could be that he's really quick off that first step. But then maybe doesn't have the total long speed. We have another super chat. Soaring Eagle said the best bit of the combine was when you were on the Commanders podcast. I'm actually going to share a link out to that in the chat. And you said the best thing for them is someone falls in love with Will Howard and he went nanners. So what he went nanners on, and we didn't have the chance to explain this. So we had been talking about the quarterbacks all day because it was the quarterback, running back, wide receiver day that we drafted that. For those of you who don't know, I was on the Washington Commanders official podcast with Logan Paulson. Awesome guy. Just, I can't say enough how cool those guys were. And we got into talking about after the Deebo Samuel trade had been reported by Adam Schefter that where should Washington go with their first round pick? And what I said was that the best thing that could happen is that somebody falls in love with Will Howard and trades up into the first round. I had also been making fun of that context all day long, that somebody would do that. What I didn't do a good enough job of explaining is I'm not telling you that I think it's going to happen. I think that's more likely for Tyler Shuck than it is for Will Howard. But it was a funny segment. We went for, probably 40 minutes in one take. We didn't break. We didn't anything. It was just fire it straight through, and those guys were fantastic. I am going to share a link to that podcast interview in the chat. And I'm going to hope that Spotify doesn't randomly decide that it wants to play whatever is airing on my Spotify as we speak. Let's see. There is that. Need to share that link. And boom. That is the Command Center podcast with Logan Paulson. That is he and I discussing the Combine. And thank you, Soaring Eagle, for listening to that. Greatly appreciate you. Putting in work with Bill Workman said bubble screens lowered a lot of those small, quick guys' yards per catch, specifically Jalen Royals. Yeah, his is real low because of that. Detroit fan man asking for a friend besides his nickname. What is the major deficiency of Chris Pooh Paul? Well, the biggest one is that he has little teeny ass T-Rex arms. He has 29 something inch arms, which makes me wonder, dude, how do you pee? Like when you go to the bathroom and you're like, I gotta take a whiz, and you walk in there and go, oh shit! Hey, did you get this for me? That's his biggest deficiency. Now, in terms of on the field, I love the prospect. I love the player. I didn't drop him as much as everybody else did. I had him as a second-round pick going into the combine. Obviously, the arms being that small is a problem. So I dropped him to, he is my number 1 off-ball linebacker in round 3. He is my number 2 outside linebacker overall in terms of off-ball outside linebackers. The only one in front of him is Jalen Walker, who I don't really consider to be that, but there are teams that believe that. But in terms of his play, I love his play. I thought he was one. I had him in the top, I think I had him in the top 50 going into the combine. And then he dropped, obviously, with the slow run. Rob Johnson, how many Ohio State guys do you have in the first 2 rounds? Well, let's just take a gander here, shall we? I know I have a Mecca Ibuka in the first. Let's see. I have everybody's college pulled up here, so it's pretty easy. I have Josh Simmons in the first. I have Jack Sawyer in the first. So that's 3. I have 3 first-rounders. In terms of second-rounders, I don't have as many. Tyleik Williams is a 2 for me. JT Luau. It ends in Luau. I know that much. I for whatever reason, I cannot make my mouth say that. And then I have the 2 running backs. I have Judkins and Henderson both going in round 2. So that's 7. 7 of the top 64. Great North Sports. How many people are smoking crimes doing mock drafts today? And he said we did see Mike Borgonzi every damn day. We saw him every damn where, too. How many people are smoking crimes? A lot of them, because there's just a lot of them that I'm looking at going, did we watch the same combine? Are we watching the same thing? Or, and I'm not going to call guys out here, but there have been mocks that have dropped that I just go, what the fuck are you looking at? Like, none of this makes any sense. Guys that dropped that don't make a whole lot of sense. Guys that rise that don't make a lot of sense. I just realized I missed a question from Victor Shelton. Thoughts on Omar Norman Lott? I love him. I don't think that the consensus on him is as high as mine. And I'll just tell you, this is a list of guys I have Omar Norman Lott ahead of. I have him ahead of Darius Alexander, who's 74 years old. I have him ahead of Shamar Turner. I had him ahead of Alfred Collins, Josh Farmer. That's probably the biggest ones. I have a second-round grade on Omar Norman Lott just solely because I could see a path that he comes in as a wish version of Chris Jones where he just gets after damn quarterbacks and he's so big that he's just really fucking tough to stop. So I love Omar Norman Lott. I don't ding him for the fact of, oh, well, he can't stop the run. How the fuck do you know that? It's just one of those times that I'm not trying to be a dick here. I'm really not. I heard this about 20 times over the course of the weekend. How the fuck do you know he can't stop the run? He's literally played less than 275 run snaps in his life at Tennessee. You have no idea what he could do against the run. Oh, but there was this tape where he got pushed out of the way. Yeah, because he was in a pass rushing stance because that's all he ever did. He's going to rush a quarterback, got surprised by a draw, and I know exactly the tapes you're talking about. And, yeah, there were a couple times he got blown up. What I laugh about, at least, and this is just me personally, are the people that bitch to me that, oh, I can't take Omar Norman Lott because he can't stop the run. And then you'll just get on your knees and go molars deep on Josh Farmer. Like, ooh, as a Florida State fan, you do realize they sucked balls against the run, and he was about 40% of the reason why. Sorry, that hit a nerve. I don't know why it hit a nerve because I've been asked that question a lot. And Vic Shelton, I know, likes him. He's a Tennessee guy. So, if I went a little too vulgar there, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought this was America. Alex Jess, or Alex S., you had Mason Graham falling in Sunday's mock. Still don't get it and think that he's going to be drafted in the top 8. Simply because there's too many good fits and he shores up the center. He is an either or for the Jacksonville Jaguars or the New York Jets. You say a lot of fits, there's 2. He doesn't fit Carolina. I'm just telling you right now, you're not going to have a team in the NFL that invests 2 top 10 first-round picks into 2 guys that play on the outside of an odd front. And your offense or your zero tech is me. Because that doesn't make any sense. You're going to get annihilated against the run. It's too wide of a split. So Mason Graham could go in the top 8. I don't think he falls out of the top 11. Short, my God, short arms. And that's a big problem, especially with the way he plays. Because you get to a certain point where you're like, okay, you're going to get kind of bullied in the NFL. I don't necessarily believe that. I think he and Will Campbell are 2 guys that can get past it. But at the same time, I would be remiss if I didn't say, that's a little unsettling. It is a little unsettling that your arms are that short. Oh, let's get back to the chat here. Jason Stamps asked, what about Ja'Cory Brooks, the kid out of Louisville? I believe that's a Louisville kid. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you, if I say anything really off-putting, like something that just sounds completely fucking insane, call me on it, because my brain's not clicking on all cylinders. Yes, Ja'Cory Brooks I have in the 7th round. I think he's kind of a projection, I always hate when I have to say it's not that I don't like saying negative things about guys. It's that I don't like saying negative things about guys that I don't think were put into the best position. And I don't think he was put into the best position. Body frame, I love. 6'3", $195. I don't think he's all that fast. And his hands scare the absolute fuck out of me. But then you go back to he was a pretty high-end recruit, if I remember correctly. But I wish he had run at the combine. He's one that he did not get invited to the combine. And now what the fuck? Like, what do I do now? I don't know how fast he runs. I'm only going to get a time from Louisville. And I don't know what he is, because speed's a big damn deal with him. There is really good tape at times with him. There's just not enough of it. And in a receiver class like this, just for point of reference, since we're talking about receivers here, let's see if I can. DeCorian Clark, who, if any of you remember when we went to the Myrtle Beach Bowl, I was just waxing poetic about him, is one spot ahead of Ja'Cory Brooks. So it's a deep-ass receiver class. Let's see. We got one of these from Great North Sports. Said lots of crimes being smoked by people doing mocks. It is, there are some dumb things happening there. Austin Groves, does the Bowling Green tight end, that would be Harold Fannin Jr., become a great value due to Warren and Loveland passing him? So Warren and Loveland were ahead of him anyway. And I don't think it was ever all that close. I think I got Fannin into the back of the 2nd round. I've never had Loveland drop below 20. And I'll tell you for a damn fact, there's no way he drops below 22. Does he become a value? Sure. He has not had a great postseason schedule here. I didn't think he did much at the Senior Bowl to separate himself. He didn't do much at the Combine to separate himself. He's fine. And I will say this. I mocked him here because I had heard things, and now we're full on here. His head coach at Bowling Green is now on the staff of the Philadelphia Eagles. Don't be shocked if he's an Eagle. Rob Johnson said he wants to hear that podcast. I shared the link to that Command Center podcast with me and Logan Paulson. It was 429, not 430 for Golden. Apologies. 430 was the unofficial, and I get unofficial times stuck in my head sometimes, and I can't get past them. Tay, how do you feel about Ashton Jeanty to the New Orleans Saints at 9? I don't love it. I mean, I'm just going to level with you. I don't love it. I think you have way bigger needs than a running back. I think the Raiders have way bigger needs than a running back. I also don't love the fact that you're taking the one that I have at 2 at 9 because Amarian Hampton has officially passed Ashton Jeanty for me. I thought that was possible because Jeanty is really, really good between the tackles, and he could be, even though they're built way, way different, he could be a Derrick Henry type runner in the NFL where you just can't stop him. You know, you just can't stop him. The balance is so good. The body control is so good that he's just an absolute monster. I think he's an afterthought in the passing game moving forward. I don't think he's a great pass blocker. And this is the best running back class I've ever evaluated. I don't love the idea of a team that's not good. And right now the Saints are not good. I don't love the idea of you taking a running back at 9. Now, who do I want you to take? Whoever falls to you. In my mock right after the last day of the combine, I had it as Mason Graham, which I loved. I also love the idea of you taking Mike Green or James Pierce and then get a weapon in the second round and then use the depth of this running back class to get that partner to Alvin Kamara later. This is one of the things that's going to bother me about this draft class, and my grades are going to suck on these teams. I have 2 running backs in the top 11 of overall players in my final grades that will be coming out over the next couple weeks. I'm going to hate any team in the top 11 that drafts either one of them because I think Jeanty would be a great piece to tie a roster together. Pittsburgh Steelers add Ashton Jeanty. Love it. Chargers add Amarian Hampton. I love it. You know what I don't love? A team that passes on a franchise pass rusher to draft a fucking running back. That at best, the best case scenario, you get 8 years out of the guy. Because I got news for you. There's not a lot of 5'9" running backs that get to a third contract. I love Jeanty, and he was I thought he was great in his media avail. I do not like the idea of seeing him go to one of these top 10 teams. I just don't love it. David L. said Poop Hall has to sit down to use the bathroom. Bidets are his best friend. I'm not sure how he touches the buttons on the bidet. I'm also not real sure how he unbuttons his pants. But that's a very good point. Great North talking to Rob Johnson, who wants to hear that podcast, said Rob Logan was so cool you'd have loved it. I ate pizza while Jeremy was talking prospects. It was such a cool moment. It was a very cool moment. Putting in work, talking about Omar Norman Lott, pass rushing nightmare in the middle of a defense. I agree. Great North. Farmer had a terrible combine. I agree. He also said I slept for 10 hours yesterday. Sorry, my chat jumped. Slept for 10 hours yesterday. 4 airports killed me. Holy shit, I thought it was only 3. And Great North can attest to this. I dropped him at the airport at 5:04. I went 500 miles in 7 hours. I stopped 3 times, and I was still in my front door before noon. I was real ready to get home. Rob Johnson, do you still have Luther Burden in the first round? No, I don't. I have a 3rd-round grade on Luther Burden at this point. I'm tired of fucking around with it. This is just getting to one of those places where I know he's good with the ball in hand, with the ball in his hands. I have no idea how you're going to get the ball in his hands. And the more I look at this class, the more I love this class. I love the depth of this class. And I am tired of putting a guy in front of guys that I really like just because I'm supposed to. And just because he can do one thing really well. I'm not going to say I'm completely out on Luther Burden, but I'm getting pretty damn close. Alex says, what is the trade price of Michael Mayer right now? And is there any smoke where there's fire? with the trade rumors. I would say you could have Michael Mayer for a third. You got to remember that this is the Jonathan Mingo rule. You get a young prospect on a rookie deal, it's worth more than Deebo Samuel. Because I don't have to pay you. I get 2 free years to get a look at you. I would say Mayer's probably worth a back end 3, high end 4, and yes, I do think there's smoke to it. With the way Pete Carroll plays, it's really hard for me to believe he's going to have 2 tight ends where neither one of them are good blockers. Great North said, your sounds are coming through for the Supers, FYI. I assumed they were. Correct me if you meant to say they aren't coming through. Jason Stamp said, thank you. Thoughts on Jackson Woodard, linebacker out of UNLV? Let's see. Let me pull up my ranks here. That's the kid that transferred he transferred from one of the SEC schools. Alabama, Arkansas, one of those. The athleticism is tantalizing. I haven't seen enough of him on film that goes, yeah, he's going to be blank. I see him on film and go, man, if that kid ever figures it out, he's going to be really, really good. Now, here is the bright side of saying that way. This is not a great linebacker class. And when I say it's not a great linebacker class, I mean it sucks ass. So there's a possibility that he falls I have him as a priority undrafted free agent. I do not have him getting drafted. But he could wind up in a really good role where you have a team that missed on the linebackers. They invest maybe a $25,000 signing bonus. And by the way, it was Arkansas. That's where he went. Transferred to UNLV. Had a pretty good last year. And you could end up with, he winds up in a better spot than guys that were drafted. I haven't seen enough of him on tape for me to get really, really excited about him. At the same time, I think there is raw athleticism there that are solid. Let's see. If XL, Xavier Legette gets moved to names. If Xavier Legette gets moved to his true X position, who is a Z receiver the Panthers could get at 110 or 74? It's a player that I would feel good about Carolina taking at 74. I'm not going to get into a super deep about aligning NFL players. Because I'm 2 players through combine winners and losers at this point. A player that I would love a Jalen Royals or a Jack Betch for Carolina, just because currently you've got Adam Thielen that I don't trust. Not for 1 year. I'm looking for the long haul because I think Xavier Legette actually plays on the outside, and that's where he belongs. I don't know. With Carolina, I don't know that Coker and Legette can be the 2 on the outside in the same offense. That's a deeper talk for another day. I will get into that when I do the Panthers off-season profile. And that will be northeast, south, Wednesday, Friday. So we'll have that Friday on the channel and on the ESPN radio dial. But I like the idea of a Jack Betch, or I want to say Tez Johnson because I think he's better than what he showed at the combine, but I can't say that. Bill Workman said Loveland doesn't get past his old coach in L.A. I agree with you completely. I don't see any way that if Loveland were to fall to 22 because of the injury issues or anything like that, I don't see any way that Harbaugh doesn't take him. Let's see. Next question is Stephen Towle. Did Ty Felton do anything to improve his stock? I know it's a deep class. And Alex S. followed that up with, Felton reminds me a lot of A.T. Perry. That is both a good and bad thing, lots of potential. I like Felton. I thought he moved really, really well. The 4.37 didn't do a damn thing to hurt him. The 39.5-inch vert didn't do anything to hurt him. The 10-yard split, being, I believe, the third or fourth best in the class, didn't hurt him. And a 10-10 broad jump didn't hurt him. The kid's super, super athletic. And he was one of the more fun guys to watch run. I think he did help himself. Here's what shocked me. He's shorter than I thought he was. Considerably shorter than I thought he was. He plays bigger than that. So I have Felton. Let me look at my. Sorry, guys. I'm bouncing between a lot of screens here. So I've got 3 Google Sheets pulled up. I'm bouncing between a lot of them. So I appreciate your patience. I have Ty Felton in the middle of round 5. The irony is, so far you guys have asked me about my 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the 5th round. You have not asked about the 1, which is Jalen Lane from Virginia Tech, who I didn't know I loved him, and now that I know I love him, I'll never unsee that I love him. And Tal also asked about Jordan Phillips. I like Jordan Phillips a lot anyway because he's got such a good safe floor, and he's just young as hell. I don't think he's even 21 years old yet. No, wait a minute. Not Jordan Phillips for the Bills, you jackass. I want to get his combine numbers because I don't have them in front of me. He didn't run, which I don't really understand, but he benched a lot. Broad jump and vertical, I didn't really expect to be crazy. The thing that bothers me about the vert and the broad not being higher is that really tells me that your leg churn and your burst is never really going to come through. So I don't think you're ever going to be, not only are you never going to be a really elite pass rusher, I'm not sure you're ever going to be a good one. But the 29 bench press reps definitely helped. I've got him in round 4. He's a nice piece if you miss out on, for me, CJ West, who I like better than a lot of people, or Tyleik Williams, because those are run stuffers first. He is a really good run stopper. And I think he's got a future in the league for sure. Alex S., Jeremy, your Jackson Dart pick throws a humongous monkey wrench in the norm of most mock drafts right now. How confident are you that Dart is in the top 10? 75%. The Jets are in love with him. I mean, just drunk in love with him. And I don't see a way that they're going to be able to maneuver around. They would like to trade down, but you couldn't risk going past 20. And I don't know who anybody would be coming up for, because I don't really see a fall. So I would say I'm 75% confident. I'm about as confident as I can be on March the 4th. Bill Workman said he keeps drafting Genty to the Broncos. I get that one. That one makes sense. That's a fall for him. But how good the running back class is, that makes sense, which is what Kelvin Joyner said. This running back class, too deep to draft one early. I agree. Rob Johnson, I keep seeing Genty to the Cowboys in the mocks. That's harder to do now, because it's harder for me to see them passing on Armin Mimbu or Tet McMillan if he's there. It's tough for me to get to Genty to the Cowboys. And Alex S. talking about Dart. It completely destroys the norm right now, and we might have an ideal flood of talent because of that one unconventional pick. It's weird. For sure. I mean, it would help Carolina greatly. You want teams to do shit off the board. I can tell you there's going to be 3 guys, if that were to happen, there will be 3 guys that go in front of Carolina that are not top 5 picks. Because I have Cam Ward at 21, I have Jackson Dart at 35, and I have Shadur Sanders at 73. So it's a lot. And Great North pointed out that it's info from an inside source. Yeah, you could say that. The norm also has the Titans passing on Abdul Carter, and that's not going to happen either. I agree. Chad Reagan, where do you have Will Howard? Did he hurt himself at the combine? He really did. If Will Howard's a really good example of, you know what, be satisfied sometimes. Will Howard went into the combine, and I, honest to God, thought there was a chance that the team was going to fall in love with him. And I still think there is a chance of that because we're so bad at quarterback. Maybe you just treat that as a blip. He was terrible. The only quarterback I saw that was worse than Will Howard was Jalen Milroe. To answer your question, I have Will Howard as the second quarterback in the 5th round. There are only 4 draftable quarterbacks behind him. They are Milroe, Riley Leonard, Curtis Rourke, and Seth Hennigan from Memphis. So he definitely hurt himself. You can't throw that inaccurately and everything be so far off, and you're very off center, and it was abundantly clear. So yes, I do think Will Howard hurt himself quite a bit. Great North said he's seen Browns mocks where they don't take a quarterback. That is definitely happening. They are definitely taking a quarterback. Oh, let's see. Dana R., where can Ty Robinson find success? I liked what I saw at 2 in the Senior Bowl drills, but not sure if he can hold up at 3 or further inside, and he may not be athletic enough for a 5 tech. The athleticism, I don't have any fear of. The problem I have with Ty Robinson is, why does the tape not line up with your athleticism? And I will tell you that if you changed that A word, I could get down with what you said. I'm not sure he has the size. He was, if not the smallest defensive tackle, he was sure as hell one of them. Because we had a preliminary on him. Let me see if I can pull up his. I know it's here somewhere. The RAS guy does not have his shit loaded yet, and it's not doing me any favors. He weighed in at 288, which I think a lot of us would have thought. First of all, he does not play at that size. You'll never convince me that he played at anything ahead of probably 275. He came in, he was a freak athlete at that size, which gives me hope. I've got him in the 4th round. I have him and Ty Hamilton right on top of each other, which I did not do on purpose. And I actually just realized it a minute ago. I lied. They're in that drop dead fail safe of the 5th round. I do think Ty Robinson could get up into the 4th round, though. Now, where does he find success? I have him evaluated as a 3-tech, 4-3 defensive tackle. I seriously considered him at a 5-tech. If I thought he could hold 288, then that would be the conversation we were having. I don't think he can, so I believe he's more of an inside. Ches Johnson asks, where are all the team needs videos? I'll be pumping those out this week. David and I, we did as much as 2 people can do at the combine. I'm going to repackage those because the first set we did not do particularly well, and I think it's because of how I put it out there. So it's going to be more, and I haven't figured out how to phrase it yet to get into the SEO, but it's going to be your biggest team needs, free agents, and draft prospects to fill those team needs. I just have to come up with a way to say it. So those will be coming out sometime in this week, closer probably to the end of the week. Alex S. Hot take, Jack Betch's upside is Amon-Ra Jr. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong on that. I like Jack Betch a lot. He's so violent at the point of the catch that it's kind of hard not to like him. And then you hear the story, and I don't know how anybody wouldn't like him. So, Jack Betch was a player that I heard way less about this week than I thought I would, because I thought of all the guys that didn't come to senior would have been really locked in on the tape and would have been asking questions about him, and that really didn't happen, which shocked me. Alex S. said he also loves Jalen Royals. I love any running back that becomes a receiver. I really am much less happy when it goes the other way. Except in the case of Brashard Smith. I do like him better as a running back. Jason Stamps, thoughts on Montrell Johnson Jr., the running back out of Florida. He ran well. Split was maybe a hair slow. Vert and stuff, those were a little bit lower. And that plays. When you look at the tape with him, it was the burst is what scared me. He's very shifty, but I'm not sure he's got the power to be hyper effective in the league. I think in a zone scheme, if he could ever fit. All right. I'm trying to figure out the way to say this. This is another one of those times that I'm not trying to say mean shit about a guy because you took the time out of your day to ask me this question. Montrell Johnson's body is that of a future fantastic zone runner because everything he does lends itself to playing in zone because he's very shifty, and if he can put his foot in the dirt and make the decision, and that's where the problem comes in. He can't make the decision. He's very indecisive, and he doesn't really have the power and the burst, which you saw out of the less than awesome broad jump and the less than awesome vertical, that he doesn't have the leg strength. I see him on tape and go, even with that, and I was surprised by none of the things he did at the combine. Even with that, I think if he became more decisive, he could have a spot in the NFL. I do have a draftable grade on him, just for what that's worth. I am done with running backs, and Montrell Johnson is in the 6th round for me. He is my running back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12, 15. He is my running back 23, of which usually that would be Dick, why do you not like him? Running back 23 in this class, probably been running back 10 in every other class I've ever done. Tao, glad to hear that on Felton. Darius Slay and James Bradbury have been released by the Eagles, which is not surprising. Alex S. said CJ West has moved up to my nose tackle number 2. Absolute animal. A lot of people don't like the fact that he's short because he was one of those names, and that's almost one of the ways that the combine works. Like you meet guys and you're feeling each other out, and then when you realize, like, hey, I think we're going to be friends, you start chucking names at each other, and it's almost like some kind of weird dating thing where it's CJ West, Jalen Royals, Jalen Noel, Jaden Higgins, and you just go back and forth, and then you become best friends and do karate in the garage. I did not get the response to CJ West that I wanted, but there was a lot of, man, he's worked out really well, and I'm okay. I'm in like with him, not love with him. I love CJ West. I got a lot of guys that were in like with him. Let's see. Randy Lutz, do you think Deontay Walker is the biggest faller from preseason expectations? Without diving into that, which I haven't yet, I will tell you that is something I'm planning on doing before the draft, is just looking at the summer scouting, comparing my notes. I would say he probably is. I can't think of one off the top of my head that's dropped further. But even him, I know nobody wants to talk about it, but I thought he looked a little nimble. Not straight line fast, but look, the kids just got to learn to block, or the kids got to learn to stop the run. Excuse me. They just have to, okay? They just have to. You at that size, you have to be able to stop the run. The biggest thing for a run stuffer is get in the fucking way. How at 370 pounds can you not get in the way? Austin Groves, do comp picks from this offseason's moves get added this year or next year's draft? So when they drop the formula this year for what you do with free agency, that will be comp picks for next year. Comp picks are already, I don't think they're announced, or maybe they are. Every website has them. Somebody hacked the formula and they never miss. So I think we're pretty good with the, it may not be the final because sometimes they have the order wrong, But yeah, the comp picks from this free agency period in 2025 will be in the 2026 draft, and that will be in Pittsburgh, which I'm greatly excited about because they have, fucking hotels. Put the draft in a place that has hotels. I don't know why that's. Nobody cares. Nobody cares, Jeremy. Nobody cares. Praise YJ said, bro, you're definitely always on point, especially with the Jets. Thank you. The Jets are my team, and I do have some real good sources. I was worried with the new coaching staff. And now I might be in better shape with this coaching staff than I was with Robert Saleh. Dart at 7 would be a movie for y'all. I love him with Aaron Glenn. I love the idea of Jackson Dart going to the Jets. I don't love it at 7, but positional value, quarterbacks get pushed up. We know this. Shadur, Ward, and Dart off the board at 9. The Saints can't get the fourth guy. My fourth quarterback, just to be positive, is Tyler Shuck. That's who I thought it was. I just wanted to be sure. Quinn Ewers is my 5. So in my final rankings, it's Cam Ward 1, Jackson Dart 2, Shadur Sanders 3, Tyler Shuck 4, Quinn Ewers at 5. And I'll be honest with you, Shuck is going to go higher than people think. I haven't met a person that has said anything negative about him that's not medical. And most of the medical has even been, God almighty, I feel bad for that guy. Just because he's so damn likable. What is, as Alex asks, what is Mike Tomlin's best case scenario? I feel like his current draft position makes him not a serious contender for years to come. I feel like most Pittsburgh fans are in love with him, but when does it stop? Yeah, I'm going to go. I think Stephen Towle did this exactly right. Best case is 9-8 season, drafting the same spot again like the last 10 years. I agree. Hersey, Jeremy, if you were a GM, will you have followed Bill Polian's Colts spending model, rely on a few elite players with expensive contracts and fill the rest with draft choices, or the Patriots adding mid-level? So if I was a GM, I would have, I'm going to answer your question, and I'm hoping I answer it in a way that you're comfortable with. If I was a GM, I would do a lot of what Bill Polian did, which is my draft board would probably only have 100 players on it because I would have parameters. So Bill Polian famously had very narrow parameters for edge rushers. And those parameters were all about the broad and the 10-yard split and sudden burst things, vertical things that showed they had enough leg churn and enough leg strength to get around the edge. And famously, they found a ton of guys that could do it. Dwight Freeney, yada, yada, yada. None of the things that they evaluated were height. So he only had like 8 edge rushers on the board a year. That would be more where I would go. And I don't give a damn who my coach is. You can name the coach. Me and the coach are going to get very much on board with one thing. There are certain things that I can find as a drafter, I would say better than most. I'm not egotistical enough to tell you I'm the best in the world at this because I'm not. I think I'm pretty good, and I think I grind my ass off doing it. I am really good at finding a tight end that didn't look like he could block in college and can block at the NFL level. I am really good at finding wide receivers, specifically guys that can play predominantly out of the slot, that were not physically impressive, maybe too upright, but they're going to go into the NFL and be really, really good. I am pretty good at finding pass rushers. I'm really good at finding safeties. And so we're going to be simpatico with each other. I will always be a build through the draft guy. So my answer is going to be that I'm looking 2 to 3 years ahead. I'm going to follow the Pittsburgh theory of I'm going to be replacing guys for 2 years from now. So if I got a guy that comes up in 2026, I'm replacing him in 2024. So that's kind of where my brain goes with that. That's more a Bill Polian model. And the other reference was to the Patriots that basically just added Patriot guys that weren't necessarily elite prospects. I'm never okay with bypassing better talent. I always want to get the best player that I can possibly get. So that's where I'm at there. Hersey also asked part 2, depth with B+ level players in free agency. That's a really good question. the strength of this class, free agent wise, is the depth of starters. So that's for me, that's not a B plus level player. B plus is, and I'm going to steal Bill Barnwell's levels because he put an article out this morning and I agreed with a lot of what he said. The A guys, the tier 1 guys, that's your franchise guys. There are 0 of those in free agency this year. The B tier, the tier 2, the B plus level, that would be Pro Bowl guys. There are only about 8 of those in free agency, and 3 of them play for the Eagles, and I think 2 of them are going back to Philadelphia. So we're not great there. Then you get into that next tier of guys that I don't think are Pro Bowlers, guys that I think are definitive starters, guys that I think are going to get pretty significant guaranteed money, and that does make them a little risky. That's super deep. So, and really it's at damn near every position. It's not at quarterback. I don't love the running back class free agency wise. Receivers got a bunch of guys that are C's. They're, the 3s. So I think that part of it's really good. If you're really interested in that, you're going to love this channel because I'm going to dive really hard into free agency next week from this chair. Alex S. Why did Luke Lachey and Jake Brenningstool's stock fall like a hot poo? Luke Lachey is a lot of medical, and he had a knee injury a couple years ago. He just doesn't look like the same guy. He's not the same guy. I saw him up close and personal. The hands aren't as good as they were. The burst is not there. I loved Luke Lachey a couple years ago. I thought he was the next great Iowa tight end. He's not. The problem with Jake Brenningstool is that he weighs about 225 pounds. He's not a fucking tight end. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm getting to this point with Rondé Gadsden. I just think he can do enough of the other things to be a Darren Waller type for a specific kind of team. I don't see that at Jake Brenningstool. So Brenningstool's a big slot. And then when you narrow him down that way, he's not as physically impressive. So he's away for me. Randy Lutz. I heard a podcaster talking about Caleb Johnson's drills, specifically getting over the pads. Do you have an opinion on that at all? I like Caleb Johnson a lot. I was a little shocked that he wasn't more straight line fast. It didn't change my rankings, but it did. So I have little crib notes basically that they tell me certain things when I look at the rankings. The asterisk is you're not quite done here. You need to go back and look at the film. And I have one of those on Caleb Johnson because I'm not sure that I didn't fall in love with him and then just kind of pencil him in. Because I loved Genty as a between the tackles guy. I love Marion Hampton as an all-around running back. And then I got to that next level, and I didn't love a 3 until I saw Caleb Johnson. And I almost just kind of penciled him in there and just walked away. So maybe I got ahead of my skis on that. I'm not sure. I was not as in love with watching him at the combine as I had been in the past. So that's I really hate to cop out an answer, Randy, but I don't want to give you an answer that's not true. And I have not had the chance to go back and review the film. So I'm actually going to turn Caleb Johnson green here. Hold on. Green means do it now, dum-dum. Boop. So I will get you an answer on that as quick as I can. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? When I come up with these over the next few days, those are going to be the first guys that I do the film eval on Patreon for. Our Patreon, patreon.com/NFLDraftNet. I will be doing a ton of breakdowns, and that is where I will be debuting the top 100 list. If you want to see the top 100, then the top 300 by draft day, that is where you'll find it, is on our Patreon. David L., I'm out. I have a meeting, but amazing content from the best in the biz. You have found a follower for life. David, I appreciate that more than I could ever say. I really appreciate those kind words. Jason Stamps, thank you for all your insight. Absolutely. That is what I'm here for. This is what I love doing. So the best it gets for me. Randy Lutz said that was a podcaster, also a legit media podcaster, not some kid in his basement. I'll be honest with you, all of us drafters at this point, the draft guys, we're all going podcast. Now, on a Patreon video one day that's behind a paywall and I can't get fucking fired for what I'm going to say. I'll tell you why that is. Just somebody keep me honest and remind me that I just teased that. I learned some shit this week. Sir Jimothy said, speaking of sponsorships, when do I need to get up with you to figure out details? Send me a message on Facebook. I'm going to try to get through these questions real quick, finish off our winners and losers, which I did 2 of, and it was the 2 most obvious ones, and then I talked questions for an hour and a half. So actually, now I think about it, we may put that off for tomorrow. Dana R. said, Montreal Johnson needs a track coach to evaluate his running form. That fast 40 was great, but his steps were so heavy, those thudding steps. I'm learning more about that. I'm not a track guy. I was never a track guy. And that's probably not hard to see considering I'm a big man. So I'm not necessarily as versed. I didn't put as much into that until the last few years because I didn't realize 100% why they did all of it. But now that I'm seeing it, now I want to learn more about it. So I'm very intrigued by that. I saw a question that I want to make sure didn't go away. While I'm doing that, we have and that was just a piece of support from Praise YJ, and we always appreciate those. And he did ask an immediate question of thoughts on Malachi Moore, so I'm going to tie those 2 things together. Malachi Moore is the biggest personality red flag in this class. By the way, you want to know how I know that James Pierce thing is bullshit? Because people kept saying, oh, he's the worst character guy in this draft. Awesome. That is the most fucked up way to spell Malachi Moore that I've ever seen. And if you don't know that, I don't need to hear shit else you have to say because I've known that for 3 months with very regionalized sources. So anybody else that's going, James Pierce is the worst character guy in the draft. Cool. That would be like you looking at me and saying, 8's my favorite color. Cool. You're a fucking dumb shit. I don't need to listen to another word you say. And away I go. But those are my thoughts. The talent on Malachi Moore, I really like. But he is such a train wreck between the ears that I don't think I could do it. I have a very late grade on him, and it's a lot of its personality. New member of the House of Reprehensibles, that's Dana R. We appreciate you, Dana. Dana said, found some pocket change, and we appreciate that greatly. Those dollars all come right to us and keep us on the road and fed with Little Caesars pizzas and all the wonderful things while we're on the road. And Hersey said part 3 during the Belichick era, the Belichick era would be where New England lost me on how they did things because it became a dictatorship. It was Bill, and he had lost all of the smart guys in the room, and it was just Bill, and he went unchecked for a really long time. That's what I would never want. I don't want pure autonomy like that. When I get locked in on a guy, and Caleb Johnson's a good example. I think I got so locked in on the tape that I just mentally said, nope, love him, good. 2nd round running back, way we go. I need somebody that's going to look at me and go, are you sure? Are you sure? Let's see. Dana R. said with Johnson's steps, that's something I'm not sure would have been as obvious in person as it was on TV. So they have a sound bar in the 40-yard dash strip. So it is definitely a lot more obvious on television than it is in person because they are way away from us. We see them finish right in front of us. The other side of the 40 is quite a ways down there. Welch said Saquon just got paid 2-year deal, $41.1 million. Good for Saquon. First $20 million per year for a running back. Wow. He deserves it. If anybody deserves it, it's him. Alex says, never seen a nose tackle play more on 2 feet than Deion Walker. I think the gas tank is small, needs some conditioning and anchor training for sure. He's just so bad against the run. Conditioning does suck. I mean, look, it's hard to be 370 pounds and be in good shape. It is hard to be in worse shape than he looks at times, and it doesn't get better over the course of the year, which is damning. That's something nobody ever thinks about. You play football for 5 months, you should be getting in better shape as time goes on. The guys that don't, It means you're eating really shitty during the season because it's hard to do. Let's see. Randy Lutz said, wasn't Shucks medical, broken bones, not joints you would worry about re-injury with? Let me see if I can find Tyler Shuck injury history. All right. All right. So, by the way, the 33rd team, they do some really good shit. I mean, really good shit. Kyle Krabs. God, this website's good. All right. So he originally committed to play at Carolina, decommitted, went to Oregon. He was there in 18, redshirted, but appeared in 3 games behind Justin Herbert. He was the starter, that was in 19. Was the team's starter in the 2020 year. That was the year that I watched him at Oregon and went, this kid's going to be special. He had a broken collarbone in 21. He lasted 1 quarter till he hurt his shoulder again. Had a broken fibula. So, all right. So, yes, he didn't have like blown out knees or things like that, ligament damage. The problem is that his bones, he didn't drink enough milk as a kid, and he seems to break shit a lot. That is almost equally concerning to joints because you're just constantly dinged up. Now, he did just play a year at Louisville that, okay. Okay. I mean, and now what's funny to me is how many scouts I talked to at the combine that were like, I didn't even know anything about this kid. Well, where the fuck were you? I literally have had 2 quarterbacks in the last 4 years that I said that kid's going to be the number 1 pick in the draft one day. Shuck and Jackson Dart, and they're both in this class. So he needs to drink milk a lot. Putting in work with Bill Workman said tier 3 is starters, but not top of their position starters. Jake Browning still's a big wide receiver that's playing tight end because he has to. Rob Johnson, Osa Odighizuwa, 4 years, $80 million. Now the Cowboys will pay Parsons and be capped out. They had to pay Odighizuwa, though. You could not let him walk out the door for nothing, and if he had hit free agency, he was going to get paid. Let's see. Eamon Report said stock down Shadur Sanders. It's not as much as you think. Yes, us media types, we're not in love with the act, and I think he's only got to convince one. And I still think he's going in the top. I think he's going 3. I'm not even going to bullshit it and say, hey, he's going in the top 6. No, he's going to go 3. And I'm very, very, very confident of that. Jonathan Welch, with the depth of the defensive line class this year, how many do you see starting? Are you talking about in year 1? If it's in year 1, you're looking at, my God, starting defensive linemen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 30? Legitimately, I could say 30 of them starting in year 1. Guys that ultimately start at some point in the next 4 years, we get to 60. That's how good this D-line class is. It's staggering. I mean, defensive line has never been this easy to stock aboard. And I'm not going to lie, those fringe guys, you're going to do okay in priority undrafted free agency too, because there's still some players out there. Randy Lutz, is there more to the Malachi Moore stuff than the game where he threw the tantrum? Yeah, there is. Yeah, there's a lot more than that. That was just the one time you kind of got to see his head case right in front of you. Put it this way. He came to the combine the Senior Bowl, even though he was not healthy enough to play, on his own dollar to get in front of the character red flags. I would say half the league just doesn't have him on the board. So you're going to watch him just roll and roll and roll and roll and roll. And then somebody will take a shot on him in the 6th round because the talent is there. Stephen Tao said he's Aaron Hernandez level crazy. That might be one step too far, because Aaron Hernandez did kill people. I don't think Malachi Moore is going to kill people. At least I don't think so. But he is a train wreck. Lutz said, basically, Shuck is made of paper mache. His bones are very brittle. He and yours need a calcium supplement. Alex S. also, is Nick skirting, dropping like a sack of potatoes, or is it just me? His production, or his Purdue production, is what you dream Shamar Stewart could be. If he drops the weight too, Michael, Shamar, and Skirtin are a toss-up depending on scheme. I think Skirtin is dropping to media people, not to NFL people. I have him as a fringe 1-2, and I think in the last mock I had him at the end of the first round of the Bills. So I think it's more to media people than it is to the NFL guys. So, and Eamon Report said, stock up, Amarian Hampton. Well, this has been fun. I've gone 100 minutes on it's scouting combine risers and fallers, and I mentioned 2. So you tell you what, let's lather up, do this again at lunchtime tomorrow. Tank will not be back live until Tuesday of next week. So I've still got to record ESPN shows, which I have to do next. And those will be on ESPN Radio. You'll be able to hear those live on the ESPN, on the iHeartRadio app and on our podcast. And I'll be back here. We'll call it 1:00 again tomorrow. We'll actually do risers and fallers. And this time, I'm not even going to look at the chat. I'm going to put a piece of paper over the chat, and I'm not going to lift it. People take their time to ask questions. I want to answer them. And it makes it a lot easier to do this when you're answering questions. Now, I'm going to take a short break. We're going to talk NFL free agency. So I'm going to play a couple songs. I got to take a bathroom break because I chugged a big water before I came in here and got to go. So I'm going to come back in here in, we'll say 8 to 10 minutes, and I'll record the ESPN radio show live. Anybody that can hang out, I greatly appreciate it. We're going to talk about the AFC, NFC North today. Salary cap space, guys to target. It does help me to have people in the chat. So if you can hang out, please do. If you can't, much love, and we will see you soon. I am Jeremy Green at ESPN Draft Nerd on Twitter, and I will be back momentarily to record an ESPN show that we're going to do tomorrow. And Randy Lutz, we appreciate you and your interaction. I will be right back.
Fed with your daddy's money. How's it feel to be fake as a motherfucker? Hey, let me tell you something. They don't give a damn when the money's gone. When the people in the stands don't sing along. Cause you know you ain't the man that's behind the song. Thinking it'll work, but it won't. Ain't no truth on the radio station. Somebody owes me an explanation. Well, I get knocked down. Yeah, you can try, you can't cancel what's been tonight. I ain't been had a shit, no silver spoon inheritance. Tired of trying to be what other people want me to be. And now you get what you see. Now you get what you say. I get knocked down, I get back up. Anything they ask you, do it. Well, I know the ringer, I've been drugged to hell and back, been through it. Your time's tick-tock and I said it. And I'm unapologetic.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand on the trigger. The devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand, bang, got my hand. Call
Got to unmute your microphone. People can't hear you if you don't do that. All right, we're back. Thank you for those of you that have stuck around. So if you have not been here for one of these before, what we're going to do is record the ESPN radio show. Just me. It takes quite a while, but it really helps to have people in the chat asking questions. It kind of keeps the conversation flowing along. Armchair and I discovered this while we were at the Combine, and we thank you guys for being around for those things. So in this, you will hear me do the rejoiners and the 92.9, 880, 1400, all those good things. But just keep your comments flowing. If they are to something that's going to happen later in the show, I will save them. So just know I may not address your question immediately, but I will do my best. It is a lot to talk for 2 hours and 15 minutes to yourself. So it's not easy, but Cantankerous is in Washington, doing the Lord's work, trying to get politicians to do politician things. So we're going to do a preview. It's basically a 4-set series of previews for free agency. So we will talk AFC, NFC North today, and we'll break down a couple of position groups. Does anybody in the chat have a position that they prefer we talk about today? I'm ready for all of them, so whatever position you chuck at me, I'm more than comfortable with. Whew. My poor voice is shot to high. Holy hell. Putting in work with Bill Workman said wide receiver. That's a really good one. And defensive end. Perfect. So we'll start with just a preview of where the cap space lies, what teams have money. I'll go 1 to 32, the teams that can be players, the teams that really can't be players. There's not a ton that can't be. There are a few that aren't currently but can become. So and Randy Lett said offensive line. All right, we'll do all offensive line tomorrow, and then we will do a big one on defensive tackles, linebackers, corners, and safeties for Friday, and then we'll go quarterback, running back, and tight end on Monday. Okay, that's a plan. We're doing this shit on the fly. I live by a simple philosophy. Fuck it, we'll do it live. And over the last about month, that's been all we've been able to do is, fuck it, we'll do it live. Do need to change that thumbnail, though. All right, bear with me for just a second. If you got any questions, feel free to chuck those out there. I am a content-driven man, and I got to start recording mock drafts tonight, too, so my poor voice is going to be a little shot. All right, just got to change the date. So it's tomorrow. And tell people we are talking about Free agents. Whew, appreciate everybody being patient. Coming back from the combine has been it's been a lot. A little fuzzy in the old headspace. GG Gambling asked what my thoughts are on Tyler Warren. I think he's real effing good. And when I say real effing good, I mean real effing good. It's only 1 year of work, but man, that 1 year was phenomenal. He said nobody expected Verse to drop like he did. I'm still dumbfounded that Jared Verse dropped. I honest to God think any scout that's worth their weight in fingernail clippings should have seen how good Jared Verse was. Oh. Okay. Let's see if that changed my screen. It did. All right. We're ready to rock road. All right. And here we go. Welcome into the Sportsocracy 92.9, 880 and 1400 ESPN Radio Asheville. I am at ESPN Draft Nerd Jeremy Green. You can find me there on the X machine, the Twitter box, whatever you want to call it. You can also find us online on YouTube at the Sportsocracy. You can also find us on Facebook, Instagram, basically everything short of OnlyFans. You can find us at the Sportsocracy. If you've listened to the show for any period of time, you know that usually my voice is not the first voice you hear. That's usually one Mr. Richard Spencer IV. But Tank he's doing the Lord's work. So he's in Washington at the National Association of Broadcasters Convention. They are discussing keeping AM radio in cars. And after what we went through here in the mountains of Western North Carolina, it is really easy to understand why that is a cause worth getting behind, because that was such a big deal here when we didn't have communication, whether it was cell phone, internet, television, anything like that. The one thing that we did have was AM radio. I'm so proud of Tank. I'm so proud of Mark. They got a standing ovation yesterday, and it was very well deserved. I do not say these things because these guys are my friends. When I say things like this comes from these are colleagues, and I couldn't be more proud of the two of them, the work they've done here in Western North Carolina, and all of the amazing things that it has led to, all of the lives that they touched. It was an incredible thing to behold, and they are getting very justly deserved recognition. Now, as for me, I'm back from the combine. If you were looking for a show yesterday, I apologize. I got back early Monday morning, and I was just, I was dead. The combine's one of the weirdest events because it just never stops. You're up very early because all of the media availabilities, which is, podiums, starts on Tuesday with the coaches and the GMs. Then you go straight into the prospects. They all interview and then work out the next day. So you're there, and then Thursday comes around, and now you're in the interview rooms at 8 a.m. every day, and then you're at the stadium at 1 o'clock every afternoon. You're there till 7 o'clock at night watching workouts, and then you're meeting up with guys for drinks and things like that. It's just a lot, like a whole lot, and it never really seems to stop. But I am back, and my voice it's not where it should be. It's not where I want it to be, but it is holding in there. So we will try to trudge along. We have a handful of shows to do without Tank. So I figured if you're going to ask the nerd to be a nerd, then you might as well let me go full nerd and go nerdy, nerdy, nerdy. which is I'm going to do things free agency wise. This free agency class has taken a lot of dings and a lot of it's not as good as it was, not as good as it could have been, but it's still okay. There's still players out there. Yesterday, we lost Osa Odighizuwa, who was re-signed by the Dallas Cowboys, 4 years, $20 million a year. And I think that's a really good deal for Dallas. Had they franchised him, which they basically said they were going to do, that deal would have come in somewhere in the neighborhood of $25 million a year. So basically, over the course of 2 years, which if they had to do this 2 times, they saved roughly $12 million. That is about as strong as it gets. And Osa Odighizuwa would have easily been one of the 10 best players in free agency. I know he's not a name. He's not a name that necessarily every fan knows, but then you watch him on tape and you watch how that defense runs and you watch how that defense works. It makes sense that they prioritized him. So now we don't necessarily have the guys on the top side. T. Higgins got franchised. We've lost a few guys off the top side. Trey Smith. But there's still good players out there. So we look in the beginning here, who are going to be your players in free agency? And I feel like this should be like a rock concert or a concert of some kind. The headliner is the New England Patriots. $127 million in cap space. I'm not sure how you spend that much money, especially they already have 59 guys on the roster. Now, some of those are futures contracts. Some of those are guys that are not actually going to make the roster. I get all of that. New England has a lot of needs, but I feel like no team has taken more on the chin here in the last few days before free agency than the New England Patriots. They would have been players for sure on T. Higgins. They would have been players on Trey Smith, Kansas City Chiefs offensive guard. I'm not sure they wouldn't have been players on Osa Odighizuwa. So now you're just trying your best to find where do you spend the money, but they have a lot of it. There are only 3 teams in the NFL that have more than $70 million in cap space, and they're basically in tiers. New England's at 127.6. Next is the Las Vegas Raiders, 96.3. It's a team that definitely needs a quarterback. I feel like they're going to go big game hunting at quarterback. Because if you look around, it's shocking how few teams at the top of the free agency ledger need a quarterback. Top 7 teams, Patriots, Raiders, Cardinals, Bears, Chargers, Commanders, Vikings. Every one of those teams has their quarterback of the future except the Raiders. Then you get into the Steelers, the Jets. The Jets are an interesting team because they can wind up with over $80 million in cap space just by releasing Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams, and Alan Lazard. But they're not there yet, so that's conjecture at best. Raiders are 2 in cap space, behind the New England Patriots. The Arizona Cardinals. This is a team that came up a lot at the Combine and how they were going to go big game hunting. I'm not sure who the big game is, which was a question that I felt like I was asking a lot. But it was pretty consistent that they were going to be a heavy hitter, a big interested team in high-end free agents, specifically guys on the defense. Names that I heard pretty routinely were Khalil Mack, Chase Young, Javon Hargrave, Draymond Jones came up at one point. Arizona's going to spend. And that's a team that I understand they haven't been good really for the last few years. They're getting better. They're young, and the offense is not completely set, but the offense is really good. They need to add an offensive lineman or 2, but if you can just keep chopping wood, add a few guys in the draft every year, add a couple free agents, that team could be a playoff team in a year, and they could be a real big boy, legit contender in 2. Rounding out the top 5, you have the Bears. They're at $67.3 million. Chargers, $66.3 million right behind that. If you haven't checked the salary cap space ledger in a while, you feel like you're probably missing a team. That team's number 6, and, well, they've already spent a chunk of theirs. The Washington Commanders. I was with the Washington Commanders when that trade for Deebo Samuel broke. I haven't had the chance on radio yet to give my takes on that. I actually really like that move for Washington. They gave up a 5th, which that felt like a lot for me considering they were taking on the contract. But the more I thought about it, and I've finished my draft grades for basically the draftable guys. I have to get through the undrafted free agents and kind of wade through that, see if there's anybody I've missed. But I started looking at 5th-round pick. What exactly would you be getting there? What kind of receiver would you be adding for Jaden Daniels? Even though, yes, it's on a cheap deal, I think Washington just kind of looked around and went, what we want is not out there. So we're going to have to do this through trades. I also think they are still a team to watch for Myles Garrett. Cleveland made it perfectly clear while we were at the Combine that, no, we don't really have any interest in trading Myles Garrett. I don't think he's going to give you a choice, but that goes back to things that I had heard leading into the Combine, which was Myles Garrett's going to force you to trade him, but they're not willing to trade him within the AFC. So the Commanders open up, the Lions open up, the Bears open up. Those are really the 3 big names that kind of stick out for me for Myles Garrett. Rounding out the top 10, you have the Vikings, the Steelers, the Rams, and the Jets. I don't think there's a ton there with any of them. I would like to see the Rams and Vikings kind of round out the roster. The Vikings have a ton of guys that they need to re-sign if at all possible. I do not love the idea of just turning this team over to J.J. McCarthy. I also don't see how you're possibly going to convince Sam Darnold that he's going to get a fair shake at the starting job. And Sam Darnold's a starter in this league. I mean, the kid got MVP votes. The kid in one starting year did what Russell Wilson hasn't been able to do in 15 years in the NFL. Got MVP votes. I do look at the Raiders are a big potential buyer on him. I think the Pete Carroll connection cannot be undersold. Pete's been around the USC program forever. Darnold was a USC kid. Darnold's a California kid. He's a kid that I would say Pete Carroll's had a relationship with for an extended period of time. The Raiders and the Titans feel like they're duking it out for Sam Darnold. And I don't really see another team that makes a ton of sense. The Steelers have the money, but I can tell you from first-hand experience that Sam's not much of an East Coast guy. He grew up in California. He really likes it on the West Coast. And I think with all things being equal, which they're not going to be, the Raiders have more money. The Raiders have less needs. It kind of feels like Sam Darnold to the Raiders is starting to gain some real traction. So those are your top 10 teams in cap space. Now we talk about the teams that, well, you're going to have to get cute. We have 5 teams as we approach the start of the league year on Tuesday that are over the salary cap. And some of them are usual suspects. The New Orleans Saints are still $47.5 million over the cap, which is, I feel like they've been in the red 5 days before the league year my entire adult life. At some point, you're going to have to just bottom out. You're going to have to crater out. You're going to have to get to a point where you look around and go, yeah, we're not going to be particularly good this year. We want to be good, but we're not going to be good. Speaking of that, the Cleveland Browns are $23.0 million over the cap. It's really untoward when you were the second worst team in the NFL last year that you also have the second least cap space. That's not ideal. The other 3 were either playoff teams or competitive for playoff spots last year. The Kansas City Chiefs, they are $18 million over the cap. Buffalo Bills at 10.6, Atlanta Falcons at 5.2. Handful of other teams that they're not going to really be contenders either. The Miami Dolphins, Houston Texans, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Baltimore Ravens, Seattle Seahawks. All of those teams are $16 million or less under the cap. That tells me you're not going to be much of a player. This is not a free agency class that is good enough for you to start rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, trying to get under the cap, because there's just not anybody out there that's – I'm not jumping up and down about anybody that's out there. There are some decent players, but nobody that I'm really losing my mind about. Randy Lutz in our YouTube chat said, I heard Philly was all in on Myles Garrett. That rumor made its way around the combine, and it was pretty easy to debunk. Because, A, you're not going to give up the draft capital that it takes to get him they have the 3 best players in free agency. I mean, it's shocking that Zach Bond, Milton Williams, and Josh Sweat are all 3 Philadelphia Eagles, and the plan is to re-sign 2 of them. And you can throw Mekhi Becton into that. He's not in my top 10, but I would say he's in the top 25 to 30. So Philadelphia adding a Myles Garrett, the numbers just don't work. I'm sure they would love to. And if anybody could pull it off, it would be Howie Roseman. I don't think there's a way to pull it off. I haven't figured it out. I mean, if they let everybody walk, they just re-signed Saquon Barkley yesterday. And it wasn't even a re-sign him. They just extended him to the wealthiest deal in the history of the NFL. First $20 million running back. And I'll be honest with you, he deserves it. He's still a young guy. If the tread on the tires is good, which is impossible for anybody outside of the medical to know, Saquon is the guy that deserves $20+ million. I mean, he basically by himself, he and Derrick Henry reinvigorated the running back position. And now we have an elite running back class coming out. One of my big takeaways from the combine was how good the running back class was. So the way we're going to do these shows during free agency, we've had the primer there of who's got money. We're going to talk about each individual team. So day by day, we will do the Norths today. So the AFC North, NFC North. Then we'll go around the compass face. So we'll go north, east, south, west. That will be our next 4 shows here on ESPN Radio Asheville. We will also talk about specific position groups. I asked the chat before this what positions they wanted to talk about. They said wide receiver and defensive line. So that's what we're going to do when we come back here on ESPN Radio Asheville. You're in the Sportsocracy, as always, brought to you by Ingles Supermarkets. Low prices, love the savings here on ESPN Radio Asheville, 92.9, 880, and 1400. Okay. 1 segment done, 9 to go. I don't think anybody understands how tired I am of recording shows. Wears on you quick. Tomorrow's Tuesday. Or tomorrow is Wednesday. Excuse me. Today's Tuesday. All right, I have to return a call real quick. Give me 3 minutes and we'll go into segment 2.
Always built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on the gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna
I wanna be the best in the game, invest in my name. Check no restraints, I'm obsessed with the pain. I ingest, I retain, assess and I change. Possessed by the thought I'll be free one day from society's restraints. Money, clout and fame, mud, disease, a plague. We all love to hate, have to play the game, have to make a name. All our insecurities are on display. This is war with the enemy, think that it was meant to be. Living in a time where disease is on every screen. I won't let them fester me, I know most are festering. Negativity is a plague for the mentally weak. No mercy, all I got is working. Never stop searching, never quench the thirsty. I'm toxic and psychotic, with this logic you can't stop it. It's been chronic since I was a boy, so neurotic and chaotic.
Built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the cast, you can see all the healing. If the pain's in the past, move on from the grave and put your foot on the gas. No, never stop competing, yeah. I've been doing this, I'm on it. I just wanna be iconic. Sipping on a gin and tonic, got me going off when I'm on this topic, yeah. If I ever play, I want it, you know that I'm always honest. Stay away from those who are toxic, keep them out your face, no way, you don't want them, yeah.
Don't try to drain my energy, the enemy is everything. It's mentally, unhealthily, spreading like a rare disease. But I won't let it get to me, I don't need your therapy. I can leave a legacy of leading by intensity. Come on, we can fight this, freedom is priceless. Spread just like a virus, living in a crisis. Do you feel courageous? Do you seek greatness? Trust me, you can take it, go on and take your aim, yeah.
Built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the cast, you can see all the healing. If the pain's in the past, move on from the grieving. Put your foot on the gas, no, never stop competing, yeah.
I love playing phone tag with people. It's my favorite thing in the world to do. All right, we are going to record into segment 2 here. We are talking about wide receivers in this free agency class. So you will obviously, as you know, you'll hear the rejoiners and all of those things. So here we go, talking about wide receivers in free agency. You're back in the Sportsocracy. I'm at ESPN Draft Nerd Jeremy Green. This is 92.9, 880, and 1400 ESPN Radio Asheville, the Sportsocracy, Beer City's best sports talk. We're a one-man band for just a few more days, and then Tank and I will be reconvening for actual live shows, which I don't think we've done one of those in this year. We did them in New Orleans. I do remember that, but that feels like the last time we were together. He is in Washington lobbying our politicians to keep AM radios in cars. So it's just me. We're talking free agency in the NFL ahead of the start of the league year. We will be starting that on March the 12th. That is a week from today. Wednesday of next week, we'll be starting the league year, and that's where it all gets really sideways. We're talking about wide receiver free agents. We've already had one big domino fall, Deebo Samuel, the trade to the Commanders. You can hear me talk about that on the Command Central podcast with the Washington Commanders radio guys. I don't know that I ever told this story. I teased it, and I don't think I ever told it. So we were at the Combine on Saturday, and we met Logan Paulson and all the guys that do their content. And just awesome guys. Logan Paulson played in the NFL for 10 years, and just top 5 best dudes you'll ever meet in your life. So we were talking about, draft nerdy things and how I evaluate all these players. And he was like, hey, man, you need to come on the show. And I went, anytime. So I tell the Canadan, David Smith, I was like, well, that's going to be cool to do that podcast. And I was like, I hope we can do it before, we get too far into it. When we get back to our Airbnb, and I had a text message from Logan that said, hey, so we really want you on the show. And funny story, we can't find our podcast equipment. So we need to put out a pod tonight. Is there any way we could maybe link up with you and do that? I said, I've got everything you could ever need. It's in our Airbnb right down the street from the stadium. So there they came. Just a rental car with a whole bunch of Washington Commanders in it. And next thing you knew, I was much more popular with Washington Commander fans than I ever have been before. But you can find that on Spotify. It is the most recent episode. Just look for the one with my name on it. Command Central with the Washington Commanders. But they made the biggest move of free agency so far, and it wasn't even a free agent move. It was a trade. Getting Deebo Samuel from the San Francisco 49ers for a 5th-round pick. We talked about that a little bit in the first segment. I like that move. It's a veteran move piece, pre-snap motion, which they got better at over the course of the season. Definitely a player that I think can help Washington moving forward and gives Jaden Daniels a piece he can grow with, gives a nice running mate to Terry McLaurin. But that's not where we stop with guys that could be moving in the NFL. My New York Jets have released Davante Adams, who at 33, I don't know exactly what that deal's going to look like. Everything I have been told is that he's in complete lockstep with Aaron Rodgers. So wherever he goes is where Aaron goes, and vice versa. If you really break that down, there's not a lot of places that make sense. They're not going back to the Raiders. So yes, the Raiders need a quarterback. Davante didn't really enjoy his time there. I know that they have a new coach. I know it's on the West Coast. They prefer all of those things. It doesn't make sense. Davante doesn't want to go back to Las Vegas. Aaron doesn't want to go anywhere without Davante. So I think you can cross them off the list. Tennessee, to me, probably makes the most sense. The only thing that I would caution you, as a Jets fan and having watched this tandem, Davante was fantastic. I saw Raider fans taking victory laps of, we got a third-round pick for a receiver that didn't do anything. Davante Adams had almost 1,000 yards with the Jets in 11 games. He's still top 8 receiver in the NFL. I mean, this is a guy that can change franchises. It's just a question of which one. But you put him, in theory, with Tennessee, I don't have any worry about him. I have a worry about Aaron Rodgers. If you put him behind that offensive line, I mean, look, you just keep drafting guys, and they keep not being as good as you want them to be. And it does lead to, I mean, I think you could be looking at the Jets 2.0 of teams figure out you can't block for him. And so they just start sending the extra blitzer. He's constantly on the back foot. He gets hit a lot. And that one doesn't make, I'm not going to say it doesn't make Raiders level no sense, but it makes very little. The Giants doesn't make any sense because they're not any good. So, I mean, you're going to put 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, who will be 42 in the season, behind that offensive line with a team that at best is going to win 6 games. Davante Adams and Malik Neighbors together that'd be fun, and it would be electric. That team's still not any good. Yeah, Brian Daboll's trying to save his job. I understand why you made the call. I just don't really get where it goes. The one team that I look at and go, if you're both willing to take less money, the Pittsburgh Steelers make a lot of sense, especially if they could do something to fix the left tackle situation to where, all right, Broderick Jones has not been great, but he's been fine. The interior was improved last year, especially if you can bring back James Daniels, who was probably your best offensive lineman last year. Now that's getting into a spot that makes a little bit more sense. I believe Pittsburgh is the low-key player on Davante Adams and Aaron Rodgers. From there, you get very slotty. This might be the slottiest high-end side of the receiver class that I think I've ever seen. Stephon Diggs, heading into his age 32 year, coming off a knee with the Houston Texans. I believe he's going to end up signing a 1-year prove-it deal. And the rumor around the combine the entire time we were there was watch the Kansas City Chiefs. They want a veteran receiver to tie everything together. And if they're the one that can take a risk on a guy, Stephon Diggs is still an elite receiver when he's healthy. And he's almost never a problem in year one. He wasn't a problem with Houston. He just got hurt. That's why it didn't work. And then the rest of the receiving core started to fall apart. And when that happened, it was pretty much over before it started. So I think Stephon Diggs is going to be looking for a ring. So I look to the Kansas City Chiefs. I would have said the Washington Commanders before the Deebo Samuel move. San Francisco makes some sense, just as if they wanted a veteran in that room outside of Brandon Ayuk. Green Bay is a team that I heard that I can't make that one make sense because they have so many guys that are slot specific, and I'd prefer Stephon in the slot. I'm not sure where it goes. You have a lot of high-end teams that have really good slot receivers. So my soft projection would be Stephon Diggs probably lands with the Kansas City Chiefs, but he is going to go ring hunting. I still think he's a top 25 to 30 receiver in the NFL, which is kind of how I feel about the next handful of guys that we're going to talk about. T. Higgins was franchised by the Cincinnati Bengals, so he is not on the board. I don't think that's a tag and trade situation. I do believe they will get a long-term deal worked out. How long it takes, that I don't know. He may not be willing to sign until he sees what they give Jamar Chase. And I don't think he is light years behind Jamar Chase. So if you're planning on giving him $32 million, you should probably be prepared that you're going to have to get 30 to T. Keenan Allen from the Chicago Bears, also a free agent, also headed into his age 33 year. It's LA, Chicago, or retirement. I don't believe there is any in between there. He said it, and I believe him. I could see a path that he goes back to the Chargers. I actually think if LA is the end destination, I think the Rams make more sense as a replacement to Cooper Kupp. He could be phenomenal in that role. Look, Cooper Kupp, the injuries have started to wear on him. Keenan Allen played almost 75% of the snaps for the Bears last year. I know it didn't go the way you wanted it to because the quarterback wasn't as good as you wanted him to be. But Keenan Allen's still a very solid player. I believe it's the Rams, I believe it's the Bears, or I believe it's retirement. And if I was betting on it, I would say 60, 35-5 Rams, Bears, retirement. Probably the most interesting name because he's the only one whose age doesn't start with a 3 of our highest end guys. Chris Godwin from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who had a leg injury that happened in a game that was long over because Todd Bowles doesn't like to tap out on games. I do believe Tampa Bay is still involved on him. I'm not sure that they're just going to let him walk out the door without putting up a fight. Here's where the problem comes in. If you look at teams with cap space, the Patriots need a receiver. The Raiders need a receiver. So do the Cardinals, the Bears, the Chargers. I would say the Commanders and the Vikings are probably fine. The Steelers do. The Rams do. The Jets do. The Lions do. The Packers do. The Giants do. That is literally every team with cap space needs a receiver. So if he hits the open market, I believe there's a great chance that you see a team maybe give him way too much money. And when I say way too much, I'm talking New England could give him a lot of money. And I think that's a team to watch for Chris Godwin. The last of my top 5 going into the free agency period, Amari Cooper. It didn't work in Buffalo. I can't specifically tell you why it didn't work in Buffalo. I thought it was a clunky fit when they traded for him. But you would think if you're going to give up draft capital that you would at least have a plan for a guy. Buffalo seemed to have no plan for Amari Cooper. He's another one that I could see getting a two-year $45 million deal from a team that is really, really desperate. This is going to sound crazy when I say it. I wouldn't be shocked if he wound up with the Raiders. And you go Sam Darnold, Amari Cooper, and now you've got those two with Brock Bowers, with Jacoby Myers, and a great possibility that you throw Ashton Genty back behind them with an improved with an offensive line that's young and improving, and a defense that I don't think's that far away. They need some corners badly, but the Raiders have a lot of money and can really throw an influx of talent there. And I think Amari Cooper would not be a bad move for them. Other names just to know. We have a lot of veterans that are looking for, is there a final act? Deontay Johnson's only 29 years old, but it feels like he's one more time of being waved away from it just being the end. Last year was a nightmare. Bouncing between the Ravens and the Texans and the Steelers and the Panthers. He just bounced around the league like a ping pong ball. He's a headache. I don't think he gets if he got $5 million, I'd be surprised. And even if it was $5 million non-guaranteed, I would be shocked. But I still believe somebody will take a shot on him because he's still in his 20s, still a guy that can be productive. It's kind of how I feel about Hollywood Brown. Didn't play. He played 4% of Kansas City Chiefs snaps last year. 28 years old. Still can be a good over-the-top threat. But I don't know what the market's going to look like for him. Coming off kind of a lost year. Couple older vets. Robert Woods, who's still one of the better blockers in the league. Brandon Cooks, who I felt like has been in the NFL for 32 years, and somehow he's only 32 years old. Mike Williams, after just a bust with the Jets, didn't really do much with the Steelers. And DeAndre Hopkins, Hey, you remember when that trade was made and I tried to tell all of you this is not the deal that you think it is? It's because DeAndre Hopkins he's a bigger physical receiver that has never been a burner, and he's getting older, and it gets harder and harder and harder for those guys to win. And now I just don't see a guy that wins. I'm not saying he won't get a deal. I'm not saying he's going to be that guy that's sitting there in week 1 of the preseason just looking for, hey, where is my next paycheck coming from? I just don't think it's going to be for much. I don't think anybody really believes in him. Maybe a team with championship aspirations is willing to throw him a bone as a 3. Outside receiver that can play 40 to 50% of the snaps. But even with that, I think that's a risk. Before we close this out with receivers, talking about young guys that I think could be impactful in the right spot. Elijah Moore. Obviously, I know him pretty well because he was drafted by the Jets. Went to Cleveland and was just absolutely a terrible fit. Bad quarterback play. I don't think he really fit the offense. I think there was a lot of in that. But, I mean, look, he's still 25 years old. He's still an electric playmaker with the ball in his hands. You get him in the right spot, and you're going to tell me I'm crazy when I say this. Don't be shocked if that spot's Philadelphia. He is real close with A.J. Brown. And I'm not sure that that's not a help on both sides. You get a guy that he's familiar with that's older than him that can kind of mentor him on how to be a pro, and you get Elijah Moore who might be able to talk to A.J. Brown when he has these weird meltdowns on the sideline. Elijah Moore and the Eagles feels like a match made in heaven to me. Nick Westbrook-Akine, who is 28 years old. I think his touchdown rate last year was like 25%. I've always thought he was a little better than what Tennessee did, and that there might be something there if he got into the right situation. Not real sure who that would be. And then we get into there's a tier of 3 guys that are all about the same age, sans one. Josh Palmer, De'Ami Brown, and Noah Brown. I'm going to speak Noah Brown into existence. The same way I'm going to speak Josh Palmer into existence because they're really good, talented players. Don't be shocked if they get more money than you think. And De'Ami Brown. What I saw out of De'Ami in the playoffs with Washington, that's a guy that somebody is going to fall in love with and throw money at that you're not expecting. I fully believe that in the first 48 hours of free agency, we're going to get a Shefty bomb of De'Ami Brown has signed with team blank, New England Patriots, for double what you think it would be. And the more I talk through this with people around the NFL, the more convinced of it I became. This is a good, not great receiver class. Personally, I'm looking at the receivers that are coming to the NFL draft. It's so deep. I would almost be looking at almost all of these guys outside of Devontae Adams as a 1 to 2 year stopgap until I can get the young guy that I want in the building. I also really love the idea if you're taking one of these young slot guys, whether it's Jalen Noel, there are a bunch of them. I would love the idea of you pairing him with Keenan Allen for a year. Keenan Allen's the consummate pro and one of the great tacticians out of the slot that we've seen in the last 20 years. I think that's complementary spending where I don't really want to have to use this 3rd, 4th round pick early, but I want to teach him to be a pro, and I'll use the last 2 years of his rookie deal where he's cheap to replace Keenan Allen when it's all said and done. If you can get him away from that Bears or Rams or Chargers thing. I'm Jeremy Green. This is the Sportsocracy, and this is ESPN Radio Asheville 92.9, 880 and 1400. We're talking about free agency. Big primer for a few days here before we get into the start of the league year on Wednesday. When we come back, we're going to talk about edge rushers. There's one primary on the table, but he's not the only one that can get after a quarterback. I'm Jeremy Green. This is the Sportsocracy, and we will be back after this commercial break. Fantasy Sports Zen about made me bust out laughing in the middle of that because I looked down and he said, "Sup, dude, hope all's well," and your buddy's still kicking. I know exactly what you saw, which was probably the 3rd round of that mock draft. I'm not going to lie. I kept looking at Dave like, are you going to live? You sound very tired. And I know for damn sure that he was. By that time, there was nothing left in either one of us. All right. I got to figure out where that went. Right there. Oh. Do. Sorry, I know this is super captivating. And of course, I have to try to get a hold of the guy that I was playing phone tag with. All right, give me just a minute. I'll be back and we'll talk about edge rushers in NFL free agency.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
was built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on the gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna end.
I wanna be the best in the game, invest in my name. Check no restraints, I'm obsessed with the pain. I ingest, I retain, assess and I change. Possessed by the thought I'll be free one day from society's restraints. Money, clout and fame, mud, disease, a plague. We all love to hate, have to play the game, have to make a name. All our insecurities are on display. This is war with the enemy, think that it was meant to be. Living in a time where disease is on every screen. I won't let them fester me, I know most are festering. Negativity is a plague for the mentally weak. No mercy, all I got is working. Never stop searching, never quench the thirsty. I'm toxic and psychotic with this logic, you can't stop it. It's been chronic since I was a boy, so neurotic and chaotic.
Built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the cast, you can see all the healing. If the pain's in the past, move on from the grieving. Put your foot on the gas, no, never stop competing, yeah. I've been doing this, I'm on it, I just wanna be iconic. Sipping on a gin and tonic, got me going off when I'm on this topic, yeah. If I ever play, I want it, you know that I'm always honest. Stay away from those who are toxic, keep them out your face, no way, you don't want it, yeah.
Don't try to drain my energy, the enemy is everything. It's mentally, unhealthily, spreading like a rare disease. But I won't let it get to me, I don't need your therapy. I can leave a legacy of leading by intensity. Come on, we can fight this, freedom is priceless. Spread just like a virus, living in a crisis. Do you feel courageous? Do you seek greatness? Trust me, you can take it, go on and take your aim, yeah.
Built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the gas, you can see all the healing. If the pain's in the past, move on from the grieving. Put your foot on the gas, no, never stop competing, yeah.
Devil in a red dress, call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang bang, got my hand on the trigger. The devil in a red dress, call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang bang, got my hand, call.
Okay. Sorry, trying to doctor the voice because I think by the end of this I'm gonna sound like Sling Blade. But it's part of the grind. It is what we do. All right, so we're gonna go into edge rushers here. Talking free agency. I appreciate you guys hanging out. If you got any questions or anything like that, feel free to check those in the chat. Oh, I will probably go. I'll probably go another 15 minutes here. This will be the first time that I get to analyze a guy that I know watches the show. All right, here we go. We're back. We're talking free agency primer around the NFL. We started the show talking about teams that have cap space, who could be buyers, who are going to have to be sellers because they don't have any money. Just did wide receivers. Now we're talking about the edge class. I'm Jeremy Green at ESPN Draft Nerd on Twitter. And this is ESPN Radio Asheville, 92.9, 880, and 1400. Brought to you, as always, by Ingles Markets. Low prices, love the savings. And Parks Ford of Hendersonville. And I'll be honest with you, I sing their praises even more after I spent 7 hours in the lovely Parks Ford Mobile Studio, the F-250 that has everything you could ever need. And I was able to save the day for an NFL team because of the Parks Ford Mobile Studio, because it allowed me to bring every bit of equipment we have so I could do anything you needed to do. Now we're talking about edge rushers. And I'm going to be honest with you, this might be the best position that we have in free agency. It's a great time to need an edge rusher because not only do you have higher end vets that are maybe, 1-year deal trying to chase a ring, you also have some young guys that are kind of tantalizing and kind of interesting. The best one of the bunch is Josh Sweat. And from everything that I heard at the combine, it feels like Josh Sweat's gone. Played right at 60% of snaps for your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. And he's just a dog. This is a guy I've known since the Florida State days. And I remember being very angry that the Jets did not take him when they had the opportunity. And now he's going to cash in. He's 28 years old, one of the younger guys in this class. But it feels like he's a ready-made prospect, a guy that I don't see any way he doesn't double at least the previous deal he had. He was roughly $10 million a year, almost fully guaranteed. And I could easily see this going 22.5 to 25. A team going 4 years, $100 million for Josh Sweat to be their edge rusher extraordinaire moving forward. I can't tell you an appropriate fit for him just solely because I don't really see one. I don't like the idea of him standing up. I really like him in that even front, 4-man front that I consistently saw with Philadelphia. But I did see him succeed in that at times last year. They were more Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt. He was more out there in the nickel formations and things like that. But he did do a little bit of it. I'm trying to get the number pulled up here in front of me. He's flexible, but I'm afraid if you ask him to do things like that full time, I'm afraid you're not going to like how it goes. I believe he is an end in a 4-man front. I believe that about several of the guys that you're going to see in this free agency class. Joshua Penix in our YouTube chat said, I can't wait to see him in Arizona. That's not the one that I think it's going to be. I do think a Philadelphia free agent is going to wind up in Arizona. I just think it's Milton Williams, not Josh Sweat. So if you haven't heard my take on free agency, I do believe Philadelphia will re-sign Zach Bond. They will re-sign Mekhi Becton. Josh Sweat, I am 99.9% sure walks out the door. And Milton Williams, I'm not far behind it. I'm pretty close on him as well. In terms of players in this class, Khalil Mack, he's an older guy, but he still has a lot of pop in him. And with the right team, obviously 3-4, I like him standing up. And I'm not saying he couldn't do anything else. I'm rather confident that I want to see him standing up, rushing the passer. That just feels like the better fit for him. It's what he's been doing for the last handful of years. He is one of the top edge rushers. He's the top edge rusher to me on the market. It's him and Sweat as 1A, 1B, really depending on what you're looking for. Mac just turned 34 years old. If you go by PFF grade, he was number 5 last year. He was number 6 the year before that. And if you want to go a little deeper, wins above replacement, which is a stat that PFF has started using, he was number 6 last year, or 2 years ago, number 12 last year. Khalil Mack may be 34 years old. There's still a lot of pop in him. And there is still a lot of ability to get after quarterbacks. I think he will go ring hunting. And I can't stop putting him with Washington. I feel like Washington is the one that just screams at me of, this makes all the sense in the world. Khalil Mack looking for probably his last home in the NFL. Hassan Reddick, he was with the Jets last year, who'd probably be my 3. There are some young guys that I really like and probably would be more likely to sign. But in terms of player that is going to give you the most bang for your buck next year, it's probably Reddick. I feel like that's a 1-year prove-it deal. I heard Arizona with him no less than 50 times in Indy, and it feels like it makes sense. A lot of people around the league were in kind of the same boat as me. They didn't like how he handled the Jets thing. So you tell New York, I'm good without a contract extension. I just want to show up and play. And then you show up and you'd run the first press conference, and then you never show up again. And then you get kind of what you want. I don't know what they agreed to, but you show up and then you just don't do anything. He was completely irrelevant with the Jets. And that would give me a lot of hesitance because he's not a young guy. Reddick's just came out of his age 30 season. He'll be 31 next year. I'm not sure that I would touch him with a 10-foot pole, but I know somebody's going to. Then from there, you get into a lot of young guys. My favorite of the bunch is Malcolm Kuntz from the Las Vegas Raiders. I am dumbfounded that Vegas didn't find a way to keep him with as much money as they have. And you're getting to a point with Kuntz. He didn't play in 2024. He got hurt in the preseason. You didn't get to see anything from him. And I really feel like if he had played in 24, we would be talking about a top 5 player in this class. His breakout year was 23, where he showed that I think he can be an elite edge rusher in this class. I also really liked the kid when he was coming out of Buffalo. So for me, that was, you can call it confirmation bias. You can call it whatever you want to. I had a pretty high belief in this kid, even before I saw what I saw last year, or a year and a half ago, however you want to quantify that. Not this past season, the one before it. I thought he was a guy that all he needed was an opportunity. You put him on the opposite end of Max Crosby, and I saw everything I needed to see. So if I'm a rebuilding team, if I'm a team with a lot of money, I look at New England. I think New England would be really wise to invest money in a pass rusher, and that would be my favorite one because he's so much younger than everybody else, at least of the guys that I really believe in. He will be 27 years old when we kick off the season next year, and I just think there's a lot of go juice in him. He had a couple years of less than 100 snaps before that. He's got a lot of tread left on the tires, and I've seen really, really good. It's not even a projection. The medical would have to check out. And I mean, I say that because I have to. With a season-ending knee injury, which is what he had last year. We've had so many guys come back from these things that I almost don't even think about that. After spending a week trying to trace down a hip with Benjamin Morrison, I'm so non-concerned about your knee injury that it's pitiful. So Malcolm Kuntz would be, for me, he's one of the better young guys. I feel the same way about Chase Young. Chase Young's bounced around this league like a bouncy ball. Number 2 pick in the draft of the Washington Commanders. We thought he was going to be an absolute long-term stud. And then the injury started. And then Washington tapped out on him and traded him to San Francisco. He got to a Super Bowl with San Francisco. And he went to New Orleans, and it just never felt like it clicked. He was good, but he wasn't great. The thing that's hard for me with Chase Young is I can't figure out what to pay him. The PFF projected contract is 2 years, $35 million with $20 million guaranteed. I'm not sure I could do that. I'm not sure I could wrap my brain around giving almost $20 million to a guy in Chase Young that hasn't been that player in quite some time. I know the talent's still there. And if you watch him for any period of time, you realize that the talent is still there. And by the way, if you want to wrap your brain around how young Chase Young is, Darius Alexander from Toledo, the defensive tackle that's probably going to go back in round 1, beginning of round 2, is 5 months younger than Chase Young. Chase will be 26 in April. It's just hard for me to fathom giving that kind of money to a guy that only has 22 sacks in his career. 7.5 of them were 6 years ago. Hasn't had more than 5.5 since. It's just a big investment for a player that, yes, I do believe in. There's also been injuries and just inconsistent play. Another young guy, Azeez Ojulari. Now, you want to talk about one that the production is, it can be quite tantalizing if you're willing to look through some injury issues. He's only 24 years old. There's definitely some pop there. The reason the Giants aren't re-signing him, you've already got Kayvon Thibodeau. You've already got Brian Burns. You can't re-sign everybody. But he had 6 sacks last year, had 8 sacks as a rookie, had 5.5 in his second year. And this is a guy that's never played more than 425 snaps in a season. Also could be a much cheaper bite at the apple. Kid that'll be 25 next year. I've seen sack production. He doesn't really do much else. Doesn't hold up well against the run because he is a smaller guy. I do feel like this is one of my favorite players to go to Carolina because the thought of him and Jadeveon Clowney kind of rotating with each other, that's a way to settle one edge rusher spot because Clowney can hold up against the run. Azeez can be your designated pass rusher. And I think that would work. Projection on him is about a $5 million prove-it deal as a solely situational pass rusher. I'm good with that. Then we get a couple older guys that are going to be on cheaper deals. Dante Fowler Jr., I think he's played for every team in the NFL at some point. And DeMarcus Lawrence from the Dallas Cowboys. DeMarcus Lawrence was one of the better edge rushers in the NFL just 17 months ago. 2023 was the 8th highest rated edge in the league. And then injuries took over last year. And if there is one thing that I have watched time and time again in the NFL, you get a vet coming off an injury, you can rest assured that deal is going to come in lower than you think. Dallas basically just tapped out on re-signing him. 33 years old. I think there could be something here. He's another one that I talked about Khalil Mack with Washington. DeMarcus Lawrence is really intriguing with Washington too. Obviously played for Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn was his defensive coordinator in that great year he had in 23. And last year, he had 3 sacks and a forced fumble in 3 games. So it's not like he was a bum before he got hurt. He was playing well. It's just he's coming off an injury. It was a Liz Frank too, which that foot tends to be problematic. DeMarcus Lawrence would be a nice signing, another one that I like in Washington. It's one of the reasons I don't have them taking edge guys in the draft. It's not as easy for edge guys to just fall to them unless it's the 3-4 end type as opposed to the standing 3-4 pass rusher. Because it's hard to figure out how those guys are going to be there. And Dante Fowler, stronger year with Washington last year. Nothing to write home about, but I just hope somebody doesn't fall for it and overpay him. Then 2 younger guys, Baron Browning from the Arizona Cardinals. Was a guy that they traded for in the middle of the year right there at the trade deadline. He showed me enough pop at times. I liked him better in Denver. I thought it was kind of inconsistent in Arizona. Could easily see somebody taking a 1-year flyer on him. And then Deo Odengbo from the Indianapolis Colts. He's a young kid that I'm actually kind of shocked they're letting him go. I know they took Leatu Latu a year ago. They still have Kwity Paye. They have Samson Ebukam coming back off an injury. He didn't play at all last year. I would have thought Odingbo would be a guy that you would find a way to get under contract. They didn't do it. So a few other older guys that can be in a situational role. Matthew Judon, he was an absolute disaster last year for the Atlanta Falcons. I don't see anybody outside really of maybe New England or Baltimore for the reunion, for the elder statesmen in the room because they have younger pass rushers. I don't really see where he fits. When I say he was terrible, I mean he was terrible last year. Dennis Gardeck from the Cardinals, kind of interesting. Josh Uche, and Charles Omenihu. Other than that, not a ton there. But that's a pretty deep class. That's a good number of guys that can come in next year and be somewhat impactful. That's your edge rushers in the 2025 free agency class. We have just come out of the combine. A lot of things happening around the NFL. We are deep diving on the NFL draft. You can find all of those things on our YouTube, on our Facebook, on our Instagram, on our social medias at The Sportsocracy. You can also find them on my new website, NFLdraft.net, your one-stop shop for all things NFL draft. We have got a ton of content. Bill Workman has been working overtime to make sure that we are flush with content on the website. I have been cranking out player profiles, and those will all be loaded in the next couple of weeks. This is kind of the beta test year for the website. I want to see what works. I want to see what doesn't. I came up with a content schedule of, I don't want to overload people of, I'll never get caught up with reading all this. So I'm kind of drizzling it out there with the intention of really putting a lot of effort into that next year. This is the Sportsocracy. You're on ESPN Radio Asheville, 92.9, 880 and 1400. Brought to you by Ingles Markets. Low prices, love the savings. After this, we're going to talk about the AFC North, Baltimore Ravens, Cincinnati Bengals, Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Cleveland Browns. That one will be short because they don't have any money, even though they have a lot of needs. Where could they look to spend their free agency dollars in 2025? And who are the pieces that can maybe take them the step forward if you're looking at the Bengals or the Steelers or the Ravens? And who are the guys that the Cleveland Browns are going to fill out the roster with to support Cam Ward? I'm Jeremy Green, and we'll be back here on ESPN Radio Asheville right after this commercial break. All right, I'm going to answer a few of these questions that I didn't get to. Let's see. In the last recorded segments from Andy Sawmiller, you mentioned the Steelers with a possible deal being Devontae and Rodgers. Would that make them competitive, or will it be more of the Russell Wilson type garbage? Look, I can tell you Aaron was not the problem for my Jets last year. The problem with Aaron was that I think in a foot race he would lose to me. And look, teams figured that out. It wasn't hard to figure out because, he looked. There was a time last year that I would have bet you Aaron Rodgers couldn't clear 6-0 in the 40. If you're willing to invest in the line, which they've invested with draft capital, they invested on the interior with free agency dollars. If you're willing to do that, I still think Aaron Rodgers can be a top 20 quarterback in this league, which is better than what you got out of Russell Wilson. Do I think you're going to win a Super Bowl that way? No. But I don't think there's anything you can do in a one-year vacuum. You've been kicking the can down the road for about as long as I can remember. So it's not a build that I really believe in. So I don't love it, but I love the thought of Aaron Rodgers way more than I love anybody else in Pittsburgh. GG Gambling, why wouldn't Mac just go across the street and go to the Rams? Makes a lot of sense with Young looking like a middle linebacker more than an outside linebacker. That does make sense. It just is not on brand for Sean McVay and the Les Snead and the brain trust of the Rams. He's an old guy. Going Von Miller for a year, That was 5 years ago, 4 years ago. He was 31. I don't see the Rams doing that. It would make sense. From an on-field perspective, it would make all the sense in the world. I just don't think that's what they're going to do. Now, could I be wrong? Sure. Timothy O'Toole said, finally caught up to the live. Been listening on 2x speed starting an hour and 20 minutes into the live. And, of course, now getting ready to go to class. That's commitment. That's commitment. Game of Fan said, God, Jeremy, I felt that sight. Dude, when I say I'm exhausted, this whole recording show shit is terrible. Like, for people say, oh, why do you do it? You're just copping out because it's easier. No, it fucking sucks. I hate it. I hate doing it. But it's where we are. You know, you got to have a show on in the lock. So, tanks in Washington with absolutely no access to any equipment of any kind. So here we are. But you mix that with how tired I am and how much work I got to do on draft stuff. I feel like, and now, of course, I can't remember who it is. Icarus is the one that flies too close to the sun. I'm talking about the one that Atlas has to push the rock up the hill every day. That's how I feel. And really, all I want to do is just go downstairs and drink my face off. Because I had maybe 6 beers total in Indianapolis. There were a few shots of tequila too. But I just want like a quiet night where I don't have to do shit. I got home yesterday, fell asleep immediately. I was asleep within 20 minutes of walking in the door. Slept for 6 hours. My wife came in the door with dinner, and that was when I woke up. And I was still back in the bed by 1. Slept till like 8 o'clock this morning. Putting in work said Atlas holds the world. Who's the one that gets run over by the rock every day? Oh, that's going to drive me crazy. I use this reference way too much to not know this. Sisyphus. That's the one that pushes the rock up the hill. Can't believe I forgot that. Game of Fan said, and no, I did not know that off the top of my head. Bill Workman and Gambit Fan both got to it. I was too lazy to even search it. So you did way better than I did. I'm also not real sure how you would search that. Who's the fake guy that pushes a rock up a hill? Although that might have told me. Hell, I have no idea. Oh, my computer just went through a sweet loop. So give me just a second before we start in on AFC North. Free agency preview. Charger's not working. Okay. Football and Greek mythology. Yeah, we're built different around here. All right, give me 2 seconds. I got to plug the damn charger up because I'm down to 2 almost dead vapes, and nicotine and caffeine are about the only thing keeping me alive right now. Oh. All right. Eamon report saying Malcolm Coots would be a good bookend for Nick Bosa. I actually agree with that. I really agree with that, to be honest with you. Okay. Bill Workman said, I understand. I have one of those brains that keeps and stores useless shit. I had a 17-minute conversation about Stephen Hill the other day. I don't think I have to say anything beyond that. I think that's like a mic drop of, nah, dog, I have a brain that stores useless shit. Yours at least comes in handy and it makes you smart. Mine just gets pushed out every single year and replaced with more useless bullshit. Oh. Oh. All right, AFC North. Anybody have a preference of which team we start with? The only team it can't be is the Browns or the Ravens. They don't have enough money for me to carry a long segment. Gambit fan, the white cheddar Cheez-Its are the goat. The goat of Cheez-Its. So damn good. Eamon report has a sleeper candidate for Sammy D, the Seattle Seahawks. Where does Geno go? Also, and I can't emphasize this enough, how the hell do they pay him? Okay. All right. Looks like our beginner is the Cincinnati Bengals. So Gambit fans should end on the Browns. Always go out on a laugh. So we will go Bengals, and then I go Browns Ravens because that's a shorter segment, and I'll do those all in one, and then we'll end with Pittsburgh. Radio clock. It's fun. It's fun to have a radio clock. Away. Geno goes away. Get no complaints from me. Dude's been haunting my dreams for years. All right, here we go. Hour two of a slow. And I'm tired. Hour 2 of a solo sportsocracy. I'm at ESPN Draft Nerd. Jeremy Green. Find me there on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call that thing that Elon Musk has. You can also find us on all the social medias at the Sportsocracy. For those of you that don't know, we touched on this in the first hour, but Tank is in Washington. So we, like any good new house, are tankless. We will be reconvening. For those that have asked, and I have been asked this question a lot of times, Tank and I will be back better than ever and together next Tuesday. He is in Washington right now lobbying our Congress to keep AM radios in cars, and he is at the National Association of Broadcasters Convention in Washington, D.C. He is doing big boy things. Tank has become very quickly a star in our political radio world. It has been so wild over the last 6 months to see how differently our lives work, because I do so many things now with the NFL and so many things that are, it's crazy how often Tank is in a place and I'm in a place like the next week that's 2 hours away. And we just seem to be crossing each other like two ships passing in the night. But we promise we will be here for the start of free agency. It actually kicks off next Wednesday. We will have one show together, and then it gets sideways on March the 12th. No telling what's going to happen. And one of the teams that is really interesting to me in free agency, the Cincinnati Bengals, obviously had a lot more money before they franchise tagged T. Higgins, but still a team that can negotiate their way into some significant money if that's what they want to do. Would require some restructurings. And they don't have a ton, but they get a lot out of Joe Burrow. They have to get a deal done with Jamar Chase. That is the first and foremost number one problem of the offseason. I also don't find it to be a huge deal that they franchise tag T. I've heard a lot of people talking about that. It was a very large topic of conversation on ESPN National day before yesterday, that it's disrespectful to tag T. Higgins. Is it, though? I mean, look, I believe T. Higgins is a really, really good – I think he's a really good two. Probably the best two in the league. But, I mean, let's be really honest about what this guy's been. He's never had over 1,100 yards. He's never had over 110 targets in a season. He's never had more than 75 catches in a season. He's never played a full season. All of those things scream that this is a guy that should be franchise tagged. Now, yes, he does have 34 touchdowns, and the offense is way better when he's on the field. But the last thing I said doesn't make up for what I said before that. T. Higgins is the reason we have a franchise tag. Because in large part, the higher-end quarterbacks, they get deals done. Unless there is something about you that we're not really wanting to extend. Dak Prescott, Lamar Jackson. Dak, it was the lack of actual success. Lamar, it was the risk of injury long-term. Other than that, every other quarterback gets done. That's not why we keep a franchise tag. We keep a franchise tag so there is a player that you drafted, which they did. He was the, first pick of the second round in 2020. You got to be able to keep this guy in the building. You can't just lose these guys for nothing. Now, Jamar Chase, that's your actual superstar. What do I think that deal looks like? A whole mess of money. I don't know what the logistics are going to be. I do think they get it done. I think they get it done in pretty short order. That changes absolutely nothing for this year. The Bengals are a team that still has decent money. Little over $43 million. They have significant needs to me. Cincinnati is talented, but they need a lot. At 18, I'm looking at the Kenneth Grants of the world. I think that's a nice spot for one of the safeties, whether it's Malachi Stark or Nick Emmanwori. I like the linebacker trio. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that Al Golden, the new defensive coordinator, was here when they took all of these guys, but you got to get more out of some of these players that you've drafted. The Bengals are one of the more interesting teams in the NFL to me solely because they have drafted guys that I like that have done absolutely nothing. Chris Jenkins was irrelevant last year. That's got to change. In year 2, he's got to take not just a step, but an absolute leap forward. If he doesn't, and it's not just him, there are a few other guys that I'm going to talk about here. If he doesn't, then none of this matters. Amarius Mims, the offensive tackle they took last year, that needs to be a leap, not a jump. Jermaine Burton, you have to stop getting in trouble. We took you to be the replacement in terms of the 3. I think you've already easily been passed by Andrea Iashivas. But if they can get anything out of you, that helps. DJ Turner, you got to be better. Jordan Battle, you got to be better. Cam Taylor-Britt, you got to be better. These are all guys that you invested high-level capital in. You've already had to tap out, basically, on Jackson Carman and Zachary Carter. That's day 2 picks. It is really hard to recover from that. Now, in terms of the biggest needs for me for the Bengals, you got to do something about that offensive line. They released Alex Kappa a couple days ago, which means, and every Bengal fan I know rejoiced. I do think guard is going to be a position that they're really going to look to invest their money in. This is not the best offensive line class that I've ever seen in my life. Jonah Jackson has already been dealt from the Rams to the Chicago Bears, which, by the way, Bears fans that went, hey, you're stupid, you didn't get us a guard. Well, do you see now why? That was not the one I thought it was going to be, but I've heard that, no, they're going veteran. Don't want more young guys in front of Caleb Williams. Zach Martin has retired. You're looking at, if you're actually spending money here, James Daniels of the Pittsburgh Steelers is about the only one that I look at and go, that's a no doubt year 1 solution. Austin Corbett, that we know pretty well around here in with the Carolina Panthers, that could be one. Brandon Sheriff, he plays a lot. He just didn't play at a very high level for a lot of last year. But I wouldn't be remiss, or I would be remiss if I didn't point out that he's one of the better options on the board. If I were Cincinnati, I would be very interested in Tevin Jenkins, a guy that I know they liked the year he was drafted, and you have a lot of the same brain trust still around here. I could see that being a solution to the guard problem. I find it really hard to figure out a way that they're going to fix the line at 18 because this class is just so strange. You know, Will Campbell showed up with little tiny T-Rex arms. Kelvin Banks has short arms for how tall he is. They could be guards. I like the idea of Cincinnati drafting Banks. Campbell will never get there. But what happens if they're gone? There's nobody there. And then you just keep going in the line and, okay, you're either going to have to overdraft somebody or hope to God somebody falls in your lap. Those tend to be the situations that I want to deal with in free agency. Now, I think they also need a pass rusher to put on the opposite side of Trey Hendrickson. If Miles Murphy can be that, great. Am I going into next year with that as my only solution? No. I didn't like him when you drafted him. I'm surely not going to hinge a lot of my season on it after he's been completely irrelevant for 2 years. So edge rusher is a position that I could see Cincinnati investing their money in. The one that people are going to disagree with me on because they've spent so much, I almost feel like you have to sign a corner. You need a veteran of some kind. As it currently sits, the oldest corner they have on this team that is going to see any form of action is Cam Taylor-Britt, who just turned 25 a few weeks ago. You need a vet. Who that is, I don't have a good answer to that. There's not a ton of corners on this market that are going to be no doubt lockdown solutions. You also have to look at, there's a lot of instability in what this defense is going to look like. Al Golden said there will be elements of what Lou Anarumo did. There will also be things that we are ripping those pages out of the playbook. So when I look at what is coming into free agency from the Bengals, you're losing Mike Hilton. I didn't hear anything in Indy that made me think there was any traction to bringing him back. I also do believe there's a great chance that Dax Hill's sliding into the slot. If he doesn't, I think you're doing it wrong. When I evaluated him coming out, he was that movable piece. He can play safety, he can play corner, and then you played him on the outside, and guess what? Surprise, surprise, didn't go all that well. If I was going to make a wager, I would be looking at one of these older guys. Darius Slay comes to my mind immediately. James Bradbury, he didn't play last year. It hasn't gone particularly well outside of Philadelphia for him. But he is a vet that is kind of flexible. I don't think they're going to go big game hunting with the Charvarius Wards or the Carlton Davises or the DJ Reeds. I could be wrong, but that would surprise me. If they were going to go big game hunting, I would think it would be at either edge or guard. I have Chase Young going to them stuck in my head, and I can't get rid of it. Namely because I love giving Ohio State players to the Browns and the Bengals. But those are intriguing options. Cincinnati has hit on the things that are the hardest to find. You got an edge rusher in Trey Hendrickson that largely the league did not believe in. You did, and you found a way to get the sack leader on a pretty solid deal. It cost you no draft capital. It did cost you high-end money for a very long time. And yeah, now he does make money. He's also still elite. That's fine. You've got to figure out the trenches. Joe Burrow has been hurt in way too many of these seasons. I think Joe Burrow is about as elite of a quarterback as we have in this league. The fact you add in he's got one of the best combos of receivers in the league, you can't waste this. Orlando Brown should get better next year. I don't know that he will. The hope is that Amarius Mims takes that step forward and you're able to fix from guard to guard. Running back, I like what you got out of Chase Brown. I would not be averse to, in the deepest running back class I've ever seen, that you add one of those. I also wouldn't be remiss that you draft one of these high-end safeties. I get it. You took Jordan Battle in the third round. He's not good at football. After 3 years, I'm pretty comfortable saying that. You thought Geno Stone was going to be a high-end piece that you added last year. Hate to tell you this. He wasn't good at football either. He was good in Baltimore. He wasn't great with you. Now, maybe Al Golden can get something out of that. I don't know. But I'm going to say this as clearly as I can. The Cincinnati Bengals might be the most desperate team in the NFL. Because you have a front office with a brain trust that's been around here for a minute. You have an owner that is not ever really shown a quick trigger. You also have an owner that's never had a base group of talented players the way that he does right now. You have a coach that I feel like has 1 foot in the grave, 1 foot on a banana peel. If he was the head coach anywhere else, I think he would have already been fired. But Paul Brown's a loyal guy. Did this with Marvin Lewis forever. I think Bengal fans wanted him fired for 5 years before he was actually let go. If you go through another season that does not end in a playoff berth, none of this is going to matter for Duke Tobin or for Zach Taylor. Because you can't waste the prime of one of the best quarterbacks in the league. You got lucky when you had the number 1 pick in the draft that an elite franchise quarterback was there. That doesn't happen to everyone. And if you don't believe me, look at your former offensive coordinator who's sitting in Tennessee right now with the number 1 pick and absolutely no quarterback. It's a blessing to get, but you have to take advantage of it when it falls in your lap the way it did with Cincinnati. I think this team is just a few pieces away, and they've got the capital. I think the draft board falls nicely for them. This has to be an absolute offseason of the Cincinnati Bengals. I think it will be. But if it's not, don't be surprised when heads roll. I'm Jeremy Green. You can find me on Twitter at ESPN Draft Nerd. Find me on all the social medias at The Sportsocracy. We're tankless And we're talking about free agency in the NFL ahead of the start of league year. Talking about the AFC North. We've gone through the Cincinnati Bengals. We have two teams in this division that don't have a ton of money. Baltimore Ravens and the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll try to navigate it with both of them. Coming up next. Philly Cheesesteak said Devontae Smith is the best too. I can get down. I can get down with that. I don't think either one of them is so much better than the other that it's not debatable, but I get it. Gambit fan said Sam Hubbard's making too much money for his most effective place to be on the offensive side of the ball. That's solid. Eamon Report asked, might this be a tag and trade for T. Higgins? What I was told was no. That this was not a tag and trade, that they intend on either getting a long-term deal done with him or him playing on the tag. The preference was to get a long-term deal done just because you have to be more malleable with the Jamar Chase deal. I don't know which one it will be, but that's their intention. Okay. Going Pittsburgh Steelers, who actually have some monies. Or Cleveland Browns and the Baltimore Ravens. I fucked that up. By the way, shout out to those of you that have been here the whole time. Shout out to all of you for being here. But the real MVPs who have been here for 3 hours and 37 minutes is strong. It's strong. We are halfway through an ESPN radio show that will air tomorrow. We'll basically be running this way all week long. I'm just going to try to get some of the ESPN radio show recorded in the morning for Thursday. It's also really hard to keep track of the days when you do it this way. And Eamon, we're going to close with Pittsburgh. We're going to do Baltimore and Cleveland next. I misspoke. Bill Workman said Pittsburgh and New Orleans need to just eat all the dead cap and tank this season out. You're not going to get a tremendous amount of disagreement from me. All right. And here we go. We roll on in hour 2 here in the Sportsocracy, and I misspoke in the last segment. We're going to move on to the Browns and the Ravens. That's the two teams that don't have money. We'll start with Cleveland. I want to say nice things here, but I don't have a whole lot of them to say. Your best player wants to be traded, and he is really firm in this. One of the things that I really learned walking around Indianapolis for 5 days, or 8 days, or however long I was there, the time kind of started to stand still. I was starting to wonder if my house still existed, if anything was real. It's how long I was gone. Myles Garrett's going to get dealt because he has the cachet and he's got the agent and he's got everything you need. he's going to force his way out of Cleveland because he's not even talking to the team at this point. He threw his stance out there, and it's pretty consistent. I'm not engaging on extensions. I'm not interested in an extension. I want out of here. So that got me thinking, the Browns have no money. And there's nothing in the coffers. They're going to have to find a way to get $23 million under the cap. They probably lose practically every player that's free for them, which means you're going to lose Jedrick Wills, which means your left tackle position is killed. No Nick Chubb, no Elijah Moore. I'm not going to say they don't find a way to keep a couple of these guys, but it'll probably be more the depth guys at the end of the roster. So they got me thinking of, well, what's the best case scenario for the offseason for the Cleveland Browns? The best case scenario is that you trade Myles Garrett to a team that's going to fall off the world next year. It's 2 1s. That's the pretty consistent price that I heard on Garrett. I believe it would be 2 1s and then some ancillary pieces. So then I get into who is the most likely to make this deal, where it benefits you this year, and who's the most likely to fall off next year. I feel like the Chicago Bears would give you 10, but they're not giving you another one next year. Then you're getting a day 2 picks, and I'm fine with that. I just look at Chicago, and I think that's going to be a vastly improved team in 2025. You got a head coach I believe in. You've got you just added Jonah Jackson to improve the offensive line. You're already addressing pieces that were big offseason needs. That does not surprise me either. Ben Johnson, he's one of the most meticulous people I've ever known in my life. And to think that he came in here without a pretty deliberate plan also should tell you, hey, where'd Jonah Jackson come from? Oh, yeah. Ben knew what he wanted. I don't think that's your best case scenario. For me, I look at Detroit. And I don't think Detroit's going to fall off the world, but I could easily be convinced that they're not a playoff team in 2025. You make the move with them, and you tell them straight up, it's 2 1s. It's 2 1s. I'm getting the 28th pick in this draft. I already have 2. And I'm going to build this team out. Now, I agree with Adam Schefter. If there is one thing that I know definitively after last week, the Cleveland Browns are taking a quarterback at 2, whether they should or not. Personally, I would take whichever one of Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter fell in my lap. I believe that would be Travis Hunter because I think Abdul Carter is going 1 to the Tennessee Titans. I will happily take Travis Hunter at 2. Let's just assume they don't do that. If you were able to get one of those later picks in the 20s, whether it's from Washington, Detroit, whatever the case may be, you can add a left tackle. Somebody like a Josh Connerly out of Oregon. That's probably my favorite one. And Ariante Urshary, who a lot of us really liked at the Combine. You're going to have somebody that can protect the blind side of Cam Ward, or none of the rest of this matters. Losing Jedrick Wills means that line has gone from bad to bad. You're also going to need some form of weapon because you don't have a ton of those. And the more I look at Cleveland's roster, I remember a time that we were talking about how they were set up for years to come because the defense was so talented and they just had everything you could ever want. Well, Denzel Ward was not as good last year as you would expect him to be. Martin Emerson was straight up terrible. Greg Newsome was straight up terrible. Grant Delpit was, well, straight up what I told you he was going to be. But you also had Okoronkwo that you got in free agency. He was terrible. You've got really good linebackers. You've got a really good Myles Garrett. Now you're going to have to parlay a really good Myles Garrett into building this team out over the next 2 years, because now I look at this roster a year later and go, I don't know what you're even good at. You don't have a running back. You're going to have to take one of those reasonably high. And I would say it would be with your second round pick. Caleb Johnson, you could do way worse than that. Amarian Hampton, if somehow he fell in your lap, you could do way worse than that. The problem is that you can't add anything with free agency dollars. You're so absolutely leveraged that it's pitiful. Now, that's the negative. Here's the positive. The positive is that there's really no expectation for you to be good next year. Kevin Stefanski's a dead man walking. It sounded like Andrew Berry wasn't. I didn't really agree with that, but that's the way it sounded. You've got 2 drafts here really to build around whatever quarterback it is that you're getting ready to draft. And then you move on from Deshaun Watson and act like that never happened. That will go down as the worst trade in NFL history. I'm not sure it's even close. You're stuck with the money. The money doesn't matter. But if you don't move off Myles Garrett, I'm not real sure how you build a team around Cam Ward. And yes, before anybody asks, it does feel like Cam Ward's the quarterback they're after. And they probably do that too. Off-season preview for the Cleveland Browns, it's the same thing as doing a mock draft. If you're not adding it in the draft, it's probably not really going to matter all that much. Another element that probably does need to be discussed is what happens if they do trade Myles Garrett. If they trade him pre-June 1, bad things happen. You can designate a trade post-June 1, though. It wouldn't kill you for a year. It's not going to be awesome a year from now. But none of this is going to be awesome. This is what happens when you go all in. 2 years from now, it saves you a lot of money. Because you will have already paid a lot of the dead money that would be allocated to him. Cleveland's going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL for the next 2 years. That's why I can't get on board with taking a quarterback. I know you're going to, but it's also why you shouldn't. Now you look at the other team in the AFC North that has no cap space. They couldn't be any more different if they tried. Yeah, Baltimore has no cap space. They're also real, real good. They have some players that are hitting the market that I don't love that Ronnie Stanley's going to be leaving. I don't love that Patrick McCarry's going to be leaving. Other than that, it's not really a ton of guys that I'm that up in arms about. Darius Washington's a restricted free agent. I'm keeping him at all costs. As the movement of Marlon Humphrey into the slot, Kyle Hamilton to deep safety, and Darius Washington, that kind of move role to deal with the fact that he's so short, that was when the defense really took steps forward. I do think Ronnie Stanley's walking out the door, and I don't think there's anything you can do to stop it. It's a tough spot to be in if you're Baltimore, because I don't feel like you have a replacement on the left side. Baltimore drafts better than anybody in the league. And going back to what I said with the Browns, they would be a competitor for Josh Connerly too, because you're going to have somebody that can play on the left side. You lose Ronnie Stanley. You have Fa Lele that I guess you could kick out there and try to play Rosengarten. I just think all of those things are bad. I'm never a fan of taking a player that plays well at a position and move them to a position that I've seen them be bad at just because you don't have anybody else. I have to go left tackle, no matter what. The problem is Ronnie Stanley's going to hit the market. And when he does, there are not a ton of high-end players out there. New England has more money than anybody. And there's no position they need more than left tackle, which tells me they're going to overpay as aggressively as they have to make sure that Ronnie Stanley is the left tackle of that team next year. Then you just get into kind of a vicious cycle. I also look at the defense and go, not all of that makes me feel warm and fuzzy. I don't love Nate Wiggins. I think you saw there was some good. There was some bad. Nate Wiggins to me is the definition of the negative side of PFF, where people go, oh, he was the 25th best corner in the league. Yeah, but the tape doesn't tell me that. Tape tells me he was an absolute sieve at times. Marlon Humphrey in the slot, aberration. I don't know that you can keep your best corner there. It was impressive, but I don't know that it's a long-term solution. He was really, really good. And that defense looked really, really good with Kyle Hamilton, Ardarius Washington, Roquan Smith. Everybody else had kind of middling years. I felt like everybody on the defensive line was just about a step lower than what I expected them to be. But it's still a really well-coached team. It's still a really good team. And it's still a team with a great GM. I can't tell you what Baltimore is going to do in this offseason. They have very limited assets. They picked very late in the first round. They picked very late in the first round that's really good in the top 10, and basically every player from about 11 to 60 are very similar grades. But if there's any team I trust in the NFL to just figure it out, it's Baltimore. Now, there's another team in this division that I don't trust to figure it out. Not because they don't draft well. They do. But because you have 100% boxed yourself into a corner. That team's the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's who we're talking about next. I'm Jeremy Green at ESPN Draft Nerd. This is the Sportsocracy. This is ESPN Radio Asheville. 92.9, 880, and 1400. And we'll be back talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers after this. Oh, boy. A Detroit fan, man, it's admittedly difficult to hear you both predict the Lions could receive Myles Garrett and still miss the playoffs. Okay, so I did a bad job explaining that. What I'm looking at is I'm playing the percentages. I'm not saying that would happen. It's which one do I find more likely, Washington, Detroit, or Chicago? Chicago's not giving me the future pick because I'd be getting 10. If I'm going Detroit or Washington, Washington has a better quarterback. That was where my brain was. I wasn't saying Detroit would trade for – if Detroit trades for Myles Garrett, that defense is about to get evil. That's what happens when you're tired. It made perfect sense in my head. May have not made all that much sense when I said it. David L., you're still going. You are the Energizer Bunny with a killer mullet. Respect. I figure, you know what? I have to record this, so shit, I might as well chuck y'all in on it. It's worked in Indy. I will tell you, I'm going to record this last segment, and then I've got to get going. I'll have to do the NFC North in the morning, but I will be putting that out on YouTube. So all of these will be out. I don't know exactly when, but I will not be doing that one live. I've got to get out of this chair. It's 3 hours and 53 minutes, and I'm not playing video games. David Smith was telling me about YouTubers that play video games and how they could sit there for hours on end. I'm like, yeah, because they're playing video games. They're just talking to themselves or who they're playing with. I'm talking to a computer screen. Oh, okay. One more segment, and this day can be over. Mercifully. Now, that being said, I do have to figure out how long this segment needs to be. Whew. How long was the first one? So I got to go about 20 minutes here. On the Pittsburgh Steelers. I will say on the high side, at least the chair I'm sitting in is markedly comfortable than those demonic chairs we had in Indianapolis. All right, Pittsburgh Steelers, here we go. Back in the Sportsocracy, second hour of the program, we're talking AFC North free agency primers. I'm at ESPN Draft Nerd Jeremy Green. This is the Sportsocracy on ESPN Radio 92.9, 880, and 1400. Brought to you by Ingles Markets. As always, low prices. Love the savings. Pittsburgh might be the most interesting team in the NFL to me going into this offseason because there are so many different ways that this can go. The one thing I know definitively, the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers next year will not be Russell Wilson. I don't know if the playoff run was so bad that they saw everything that I did, which was, okay, I don't know what the solution is. It's not this. Justin Fields is on the table. Drafting a quarterback is on the table. Several veteran quarterbacks are on the table. So I'm going to go through these one by one, and I'm going to leave the one that I actually think happens for last. You can re-sign Justin Fields. It was productive, I say begrudgingly, because I didn't really see anything with Justin Fields that was markedly different from what I saw when he was in Chicago. If you really dig into what they did, he started 6 games. The Jets were the first game where you saw Russell Wilson. You beat the Falcons in Atlanta. It was a Falcons team with a quarterback that couldn't take a snap under center because they were afraid his Achilles was going to snap. You scored 18 points in one of the grossest games I've ever seen. You beat the Broncos with a rookie quarterback who was in his second start. It was gross at the end of the year. It was really gross at the beginning of the year. You beat the Chargers. That looks good, except for the Chargers weren't the Chargers at that point. And you beat the Raiders. I believe you would continue to do that if you sign Justin Fields. That tells me you're a 9-8 team, probably at best. I would like the chances that you probably went sub 500 with Fields. I haven't looked exactly at who the Steelers play next year. I don't tend to do that until the offseason is over. But with this team, I'm going to look at it just out of curiosity. So obviously you play the 6 teams in your division. That's fine. You play at Chicago. That's not going to be fun. You play at the Lions. That's not going to be fun. You play at the Chargers. That's not going to be fun. You also get at the Patriots and at the Jets. Those should be wins. Your home schedule, the Bills, Dolphins, Packers, Vikings, Colts, and Seahawks come in here. None of those are easy. If you go Justin Fields against that schedule, just look at the quarterbacks you're going up against. Geno Smith, Jordan Love, Tua Tagovailoa, Josh Allen. Obviously the ones in your division, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, probably Cam Ward, Drake May, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, Caleb Williams. You know what all those quarterbacks have in common? They're all better than Justin Fields. That has recipe for absolute disaster written all over it. I'm not going to jump up and down and scream and say Justin Fields is not what you should do because I don't know how much of these other things cost. I don't know what you could put around Justin Fields. I don't know what he cost, to be really honest. If it's more than $10 million, you're out of your mind. Frankly, I think you're out of your mind at 10. If he's more than 5 with bonus escalators, I think you're out of your mind. You could go the route of the draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers pick at 21. Let me tell you what I definitively know after spending a week around all the decision makers in the draft. There is less than zero shot that Shadur Sanders, Cam Ward, or Jackson Dart are available at 21. Less than zero. The best you could hope for is that Tyler Shuck fell to you in the second round, because I do think as an older guy, he's pretty ready to play right now. I'm not positive that that would happen. And then you're talking about Will Howard or Jalen Milroe or Quinn Ewers or Gross. Doesn't really feel like the draft is going to be a solution for the Pittsburgh Steelers either. If you look up and down the landscape of free agent quarterbacks, Sam Darnold, you can definitely make a run at Sam Darnold. Unfortunately, I have seen Sam in a situation almost exactly like what you're getting ready to give him in Pittsburgh. He has one receiver that really likes to play over the top in George Pickens. That reminds me a lot of Robbie Anderson. He has a slot receiver, Calvin Austin, that he can run some intermediate routes, but he's really good short. Really good with the ball in his hand. That kind of reminds me of Jamison Crowder. He's going to have a running back whose yards per carry is not awesome. Kind of reminds me of Le'Veon Bell. This setup with Sam Darnold is not worth $40 million. I've seen Sam in this situation. Sam was really good with a really good offensive coach in Kevin O'Connell, with a good number one receiver, elite number one receiver, one of the, if not one, then two, best receiver in the league, Justin Jefferson. Jordan Addison played out of his mind. TJ Hawkinson did not help as much as I thought he would. Aaron Jones was solid, if not spectacular. And the defense played out of its mind. The Pittsburgh defense is not that good. You tell me that until you're blue in the face. Unfortunately, there's tape that proves you wrong. TJ Watt is really, really good. Alex Highsmith is pretty good. There's a whole lot of mediocre on that defense, including everything in the secondary that's not named Minkah Fitzpatrick. So you're going to get into shootouts with good teams, because good teams with good receivers are going to annihilate that secondary with Sam Darnold as your quarterback. That doesn't feel great, because you're going to have to invest a ton of money in Sam. I think bare minimum is $40 million. He would be out of his mind to take anything less than that, because this is really his bite at the apple. If this doesn't go well, that MVP caliber season is going to be the blip year. And he's going to be back to a $10 million a year backup quarterback in just a handful of years. You look at the rest of the free agent market, there's not a ton of guys that make you feel hunky-dunky. Jimmy Garoppolo, I don't hate that. Although he's 34 years old, which I don't know if I was in a time warp. I did not realize he was that old. Mac Jones, ugh. Jameis Winston, ugh. Joe Falco, ugh. But then you come to the one that makes the most sense. Nobody wants to talk about this, but it's true. It's Aaron Rodgers. What makes the most sense is that Aaron Rodgers winds up with the Pittsburgh Steelers on a great value deal. He brings Devontae Adams with him. And now you have an offense that looks coherent, because now you have 3 receivers, a true one, a high end 2, a good slot, and an above average tight end. What you do at running back, I have no idea. I don't believe they re-signed Najee Harris, but they might. Talk in the YouTube chat asked, is Kyle McCord going in the second round? He could. I don't think he's going to, but he might. And because that's how bad this quarterback class is. That's why I keep looking at a team in Pittsburgh. You can't trust the draft. Even Jackson Dart, who I think is going in the top 15 at worst. I can't tell you it's going to be pretty. I had him going to the Jets at 7, and the first words out of my mouth were Tyrod Taylor starts at least 10 games before Jackson Dart sees a snap. Pittsburgh doesn't have that luxury. You can't go Justin Fields in front of a rookie. Because if he goes 6-4, you're never allowed to sit him down. Because there's an element of the fan base that will constantly say, oh, he's so dynamic. He's so fast. His ability to run. We're winning games. Yeah, but you're not competitive. The problem is you're not competitive. Which is, oh, by the way, that's been the problem with Pittsburgh for about as long as I can remember. Oh, you can win 9 games standing on your head. Then you get into the playoffs and you get your face mushed by every team that is legit better than you. I want to go through something with Pittsburgh that's, I'll say it's kind of a case study. Because it's one of the most mind-boggling things I think I've ever seen in my life. I'm just going to give you the first 3 picks of every draft they've had over the last handful of years. Last year, it was Troy Fautano, Zach Frazier, Roman Wilson. One absolute home run, one guy that was irrelevant because of injury, and another guy that was completely irrelevant because of injury. 23, Broderick Jones, Joey Porter, Keanu Benton. All are fine. None of them are busts. They're all playing and contributing to you, but they're the definition of average. Year before that, Kenny Pickett, George Pickens, DeMarvin Leal. Pickens, home run. Leal, stand-up single. Kenny Pickett, fouled it off your nether regions. Absolute bust of all busts. 21, Najee Harris, Pat Freiermuth, Kendrick Green. Meh. 2020, Chase Claypool, Alex Highsmith, Anthony McFarland. Alex Highsmith's a home run. Chase Claypool was a stand-up single, and you got 2 years out of him, so I still consider it that. Anthony McFarland, I can do this literally on a cycle every single year. The last time the Pittsburgh Steelers had a draft where I look at the guys that they drafted and go, you hit on 2 of your first 3 picks, is 2010. Marquise Pouncey and Emmanuel Sanders. That's the last time they hit more than 2 doubles in any draft. You want to know why Pittsburgh's the definition of average? Because we talk about how well they draft. Because they have, largely, for the better part of 30 years. The problem is that you're not hitting home runs anymore. You hit one every once in a while. It's fine. We got a TJ Watt. We got an Alex Highsmith. What do you have outside of that? Outside of that, it's the definition of meh. So now you get to a point like this, you're not a quarterback away. If you look at the needs for the Pittsburgh Steelers, they have probably more than any team in the NFL. Your secondary is bad. Safeties are fine. Your corners are terrible. Terrible. Not really. To me, not one above replacement in the NFL. Can they get better? Sure. I liked Joey Porter coming out too. Also said there's probably a safety because he can't play man. That's all kind of bore itself out. Defensive line, solid. Linebackers, meh. You went and stole Patrick Queen from the Baltimore Ravens. He was a league average linebacker last year. Nothing better, nothing more. He was fine. You look at your offensive line, you hit home run in Zach Frazier. That was a great pick. West Virginia feller with a mean streak. He's one of the best centers in the league. Troy Fautano, meh. Broderick Jones, meh. Was it Mason McCormick? Meh. Isaac Suamalo, a little more enthusiastic, but still meh. Same thing with Pat Fryermuth. Same thing with Calvin Austin. Same thing with Roman Wilson. Same thing with Jalen Warren. On and on and on and on and on. It's just the definition of average. And we want to treat this team like they're great because they're a stalwart franchise. The problem is that they're not. In the last 15 years, I could make the argument you are one of the most irrelevant teams in the NFL solely because you haven't threatened for a title in the entire time I'm talking about here. And before you go to correct me, go look at when that last Super Bowl was. In the last 15 years, you've been a 9-8. We'll have a good regular season and get smoked in the playoffs. This team doesn't draft well enough to be a quarterback away. But you're invested in so many of these guys. I don't know what the solution is. I know what I think it should be, which is you just absolutely crater out. I know they're not going to do that. Because that's what's kept Mike Tomlin employed. Is that, well, we've never had a losing season since I've been here. Yeah, how many 9-win seasons have you had? Because it's a lot. How many seasons have you gone into the playoffs where universally we pan to that game going, I don't even care. It's not going to be close. It's been year after year after year after year. I would make the argument, and I firmly believe what I'm getting ready to say. As it sits right now, I would rather be the Cleveland Browns than the Pittsburgh Steelers. Cleveland can crater out. We'll trade Myles Garrett. We'll accumulate draft picks, and now the world's your oyster. If you fail, it's on you. Pittsburgh, you pick in the low 20s every single year. You take the best player, the best prospect of what's left. This is like running a restaurant. And you're never allowed to go to the good grocery stores. Like Ingles Supermarkets, low prices, love the savings. You have to take leftovers from every other restaurant and try to cobble together a menu that's Michelin star level. The problem is that's completely impossible to do. And you're not a good enough cook to do it if it was possible. Pittsburgh is the most average team in the league. Tank and I have been doing power rankings since this show moved to 3 hours 2 years ago. I went back and checked this. They've been 15, 16, 17, or 18 more often. Those four numbers. More often than they've been every other number combined. Because that's who you are. We talk about how you're like Baltimore. You're not. Baltimore found that quarterback. They found the quarterback that nobody else wanted. Lamar Jackson, I remember it well. Went to the combine. Team started asking him to work out at wide receiver. Nope. Asked him to work out at running back. Nope. They loved him. Kept it super close to the vest. To the point of when they traded for Lamar Jackson, there were 3 people in the war room because everybody else had left to do media things. Because they told him, oh, the night's over. They had already drafted Hayden Hurst. Oh, we're done. Everybody walked away. Oh, by the way, on the podium. Oh, by the way, do you know you just traded for Lamar Jackson? Nope. Pittsburgh, worst kept secret I've ever seen. That they were going to draft Kenny Pickett 2 rounds too early, easily. And he was every bit the bum we thought he was. How does Pittsburgh fix this? At this point, it's institutional. You have become just a mediocre franchise. Your coach is good, not great. Your scouting department is good, not great. Your offensive line is good, not great. Your front 7 on the defense is good, not great. Because TJ Watt gets hurt a lot. And when TJ Watt gets hurt, all of a sudden you go from really good to you good. You good. Your secondary is fine. And you just go up and down this team. It's the hardest thing to fix I think I've ever seen. It's the only team I've ever looked at and gone, you know what, if I was the GM, I think I would just quit. Because I don't think there's a win here. If you crater out, fired. You go 9-8, 2 or 3 more years, fired. Because eventually they're just going to get tired of it. I've got to actually win 11 games. I don't see a combination. This is like pulling out a box with a puzzle in it, and you dump all the pieces out, and you're missing 20 of them. I can't even hide that. It's just obvious that there are huge holes here. You've got money. Awesome. You're still chasing the quarterback. Right now, the best quarterback on this roster is Skylar Thompson. Your running back's a free agent. Yeah, you have money, but you're going to spend it fast. If you're planning on competing in any way, you're going to spend it so fast that it doesn't really matter. So, yeah, you know what the definition of average is? Go get Aaron Rodgers. We'll talk about you probably more than you've been talked about in the last 20 years, including at the back end of when Ben was still winning Super Bowls or won a Super Bowl. Do I think it makes you competitive? No. But it's the most likely way you go 9-8 that I can possibly find. And he'll probably do it for cheap because I can't find any other place that he would win more than 6 games. That Jet roster is better than this roster. And I don't think it's really all that close. What do you do in New York? That's your best case scenario. I didn't mean this as a just bang on the Steelers fest. Eat and Sleep Football said Keanu Benton was a hit. You're right. He was a hit. Legged a single into a double. He's fine. And Eat and Sleep Football, actually, I missed the comment that was even better than that. We don't hit superstars, but we hit a lot of rotational guys. We don't have very many absolute busts, but I agree we draft weird. That's what I'm saying. Is that you draft these guys in the 2nd and 3rd round, and then you're pot committed to them. You can't move off of them. But they're average. They're rotational guys, just exactly like you said. And then what do you do? What do you do? Najee Harris, a great example. We thought Najee Harris was about as can't-miss a prospect can be because he was a good running back that had a good work ethic. He had a big body frame. He was never going to be elite physically, but he did everything well. He went to Pittsburgh, and he had one of the lowest yards per carry of any starting running back in the NFL. Because everything around him is average. I've been wanting to do this for a year. With no tank, I didn't have anybody to interrupt me. And I'm not going to lie to you, it was a little cathartic. What do the Pittsburgh Steelers do? They're going to lace this up, they're going to do it again, and they're going to torture their fan base with another 9-8 season. How do they get there? I don't know, but I have a funny feeling it involves Aaron Rodgers. Last hour of the program is coming up. This is the Sportsocracy on ESPN Radio Asheville, 92.9, 880, and 1400. I'm Jeremy Green. You can find me on Twitter at ESPN Draft Nerd. You can find us on all the social medias at the Sportsocracy, and we'll be back with hour 3 right after this. Whew. That was cathartic as hell. All right, I saw a question. Stephen B., big fast safeties are overrated as first-round prospects. Seems like they often aren't the most durable. I have this problem with Nick Emmanwori. All right, so he's big and he's fast. What the fuck do you actually think that means? He's not a good tackler. Takes bad angles in the run. And by the way, if I hear one more person say he could be converted full-time to middle linebacker, I swear to God, my brain is going to explode. No, he can't. He can play some sub-linebacker. That's fine. But he is not an off-the-ball linebacker. We fall for them because they're tantalizing to watch. For sure. Eat and Sleep Football said, Jeremy will make you question being a fan of your own team. I didn't mean to. Really, the only thing I was doing there is going, I did this exercise with every team where I go, this is what makes me feel good that they do in the offseason. And every time I clicked the button for Pittsburgh, it was almost like I went, why did I do that? Why did I do that? And I did it with quarterback. And then I did it with the running back. And then I did it with who's going to be that ancillary receiver. And then I went down a rabbit hole, and the next thing I knew, it was 1:30 in the morning, and my eyes were bloodshot, and I had stumbled upon a theory. I feel bad for Steeler fans because your franchise should be better than it is. You expect it to be better than it is. But it's not. Let's see. Dark Soldier asked, how can I email you? My email address is jeremy@thesportsocracy.com. Has a question in regards to your knowledge and talent. I don't have any. I can actually answer that in a live stream. I don't have any of either one. But yeah, it's jeremy@thesportsocracy.com. Although, I say I have no talent or knowledge, I did manage to just do a 4 hour and 20-minute live stream. And I was only outside on the patio talking on my cell phone for 20 minutes of it. So I give myself credit for 4 hours. Whew, this has been fun. I do enjoy doing these lives where I can take the break and ask the questions. Guys, we know this sucks. Like it's not been Tank. It's been me and David was fucking awesome. Just the ability for him to carry the water, having never done radio the way he did, shockingly awesome. The me by myself, dude, I ain't cut out for this. I'm a scout. I'm not moving all the pieces around, but we're almost to the end of it. Next Tuesday, we will have a show with Tank and I both, which I am greatly looking forward to. And then it'll be free agency time. We'll go down the free agency rabbit hole for a couple weeks and still going to be crushing draft stuff. Mock drafts will be coming out later this week with the mullet takeover of your team. A+ mock drafts. Very much looking forward to it. GG Gambling said, but what if Pittsburgh does go Rodgers and Adams and it works out? What do they do then if they're deep in the draft in 2026? The bad thing is I know it would work out. It would work out to the way that it can work out, which is they will go 9-8. And there will be a point where Aaron Rodgers looks like he has found the fountain of youth, and then he will fall apart like an old deck chair. Chiefs Nation UK said leg sofa was indeed awesome. He was awesome. And did that shit on very little notice, and he's not a draft guy. Super, super impressive. There will be more of him moving forward. We discussed a lot of those things in Indianapolis. We discussed a lot of things, period, in Indianapolis. We had one night where we just sat there bullshitting until 4 o'clock in the morning talking about our lives. It was intense. But if in terms of somebody to pinch hit there at the 11th hour, rock star. Can you imagine if somebody asked me to pinch hit for them at the NHL draft? Get out of here. I would be the most worthless bastard on the planet. All right. Bill Booty Cheeks, this will be my last question that I answered today. What's this, all this Rodgers to the Giants talk? That would be a disaster. You want me to tell you why that happens? Because I can't explain it. At the combine, you see just how insane this is. I showed it to David. When the Giants or the Jets brass talk, there is a swell of media. Aaron Glenn probably had the biggest coach podium that I saw. Brian Dable was huffing lung darts right outside the convention center. He had probably the third biggest one. Both those teams are bad. They're both bad, and yet they still have media that's obsessed with them. The Jets had more members on Radio Row than any team in the NFL. And that didn't even include me. It didn't include fans. I'm talking about working specifically for the Jets. The Giants are the same way. They're obsessed with who will be the next quarterback. And for whatever reason, and I do not know what it is. I know what I think it is, but it's pure conjecture. I think it's that the Giants are lying to all of the people in New York media and saying they're not really in on Shadur Sanders. I promise you they are. I promise you they are. They may not end up drafting him. Cam Ward may fall in their lap. I highly doubt that. They may be so in love with Travis Hunter and one of these second-round quarterbacks that it's fine. There are a lot of fans of Tyler Shuck. But I can tell you they're in on him. New York media wants to tell you they're not. They are. All right. This has been fun. We will do this again tomorrow. 1 o'clock, I believe, was the time we did today. It'll be the time we do tomorrow as well. And, and Bill Buttigieg said, don't be shocked if the Jets draft Shadur Sanders. You should be shocked. Source, trust me, bro. There's a report that came out today. I laughed when I read it. There's a reason I laughed when I read it. Not going to specifically say anything here, but trust me, it ain't Shadur. Not with the New York Jets, it's not. Not with hard-ass Aaron Glenn, it's not. Aaron Glenn wants 1 of 53. He ain't drafting Shadur Sanders, and he's got a shitload of scouts that feel the same way he does. We'll do this again tomorrow. It's draft time. I'm going to get some sleep. Actually, I'm going to have some beers. I'm going to go downstairs right now, have some beers. And then I'm going to come back up here, finish out. I'm going to sleep. Finish out in the morning. And then I'll be back live tomorrow about 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Everybody have a good night. Draft